Alright, first things first, I said I would do it. I will go through and self-promote myself, because why not? Alright, doing some prep work for upcoming Kei R2 build. I'm so far behind, so come and hang out. Lube and film prep work. Alright, I'll post that for fun. Oh, it's midnight exactly. Where else did I have? Because I don't think I changed stuff. Let me click through these and see if there's any self-promotion stuff. I think I'd have most of these servers stuck on the self-promotion on the desktop at least. Weird as that sounds. Sure, I'm just gonna keep putting my face out there. Why not? Post on the Final Mouse Discord. Yeah, it'd be a bad time. Updates. No, I don't think Vertex has anything. Let's see. I'm also trying to stream with something in the background, namely Crisp, so I'm kind of wondering how that's working out. People have to tell me. Aha. I can throw myself into this one too, why not? Inco 65, I don't think they have one. I don't think they have one. Portal has one. I see myself before, whatever. Put myself again. I don't know if that actually matters for just about anyone. I don't think it's appropriate for me to put myself there. Ooh, does Tectone have one? I don't think any of these degenerates in this know about keyboards, right? Nah. I don't actually know if he has one. Did they have self? I guess they have self-introduction. That'd be a scumbag thing to do. Put one on Zeus's, why not? Do I have a stream one on my friend's stream? No? I don't know. Whatever. Good enough. I don't even know. Alright. Hopefully everything sounds okay with Crisp on. Probably sounds a little bit weird. Whatever. But today I have some Vint Blacks. I actually bought quite a few bags of these from ENBU. So I'm actually looking forward to using these. in my build. I've already made a few of these, and with the filter on, you probably can't hear any of it, so apologies, but I will be doing these today. But before I really jump into it, I did want to actually open up the box that I just got from Mono-K on stream, just to do it and have fun. Yeah. Oh. Let me show the side of it for a second before I get the knife out. Oh. I think that's my order numbers. I guess I don't want to open that up on stream itself. Let me try not to cut myself and send myself to the hospital. That'd be a bad way to end a stream. Okay. Good old Recon Tonto. Nice and sharp still. As I sharpen it every so often. Just for moments like this when I have to open up a box. Alright, put that away. Let me take a quick peek to make sure that there's no... Good thing I checked, there's an invoice right there. Throw that to the side. No one should see that. And I actually got this box today. Originally it was supposed to come on the 8th, but it shipped, I guess, sooner than what was expected. We have the Mono-K branded boxes inside a box. Rather nice looking. Take this one out first. This should be a plate. Oh man, this box is tightly in there. Come on out. All right. Okay. And this should be the actual key. Let me open up this first. Oh, it's all the fixings for it. Delightful. So I have some feet and 2 different O-rings. There's one bag in here labeled 30A, and I'm guessing this orange one is then the 50A O-ring. And it has nice branding on all the bags from Mono-K. Alright. I got 2 plates. The standard plate. I guess this gives away the color of the unit. I got a purple colored unit for fun, because I didn't have a purple board yet, and I wanted one. And I did get, this is an aluminum half plate. I did want to do a half plate build with this with some MX black switches, because it seemed like it would be good fun. Comes with a sticker, hardware for installing, and another sticker, or no, it's the same sticker. I have a little sheet for sound dampening and acoustics, and the PCB. Says it's past QC on it, and has the H60 with the Mono-K branding. Pretty nice. Ooh, this came with stabs. I didn't realize that. 1, 2, 3, 4. These look like clear Duroc stabs. The way the front lip, and you probably can't see this on camera, but I'll talk through it anyways. The way the front lip of the wire retention mechanism is here, it looks like they're Duroc V2 stabs. And they come with clear plastic washers. And then finally we have the Heine branded daughter board. Nice. And that's it for this box. Let me put stuff back into it because I'm not going to build it tonight. But I did want to take a look at it. It's pretty nice. I like the touches they have here. Put the top back on. And next, the board. It's a nice weighty top. They have a little bit of foam on it to protect it. Feels good. We have the Kei branded microfiber cloth. Ooh. Enjoy your new Kei. And then we have build instructions. Alright. So 1, install switches, stabilizers into PCB and plate. 2, install the daughter board in the bottom piece of the case. 3, install the O-ring attached between the PCB and plate. 4, flip the top side piece upside down. 5, oh, there's a B part to it. Guess that's with 5, okay. So 5, place the top piece with internals installed on the bottom, align the screw holes. You should not see the bottom piece from the sides after the line process. Cool. Then we have attach the PCB and plate combination by stretching the O-rings along the ridges of the case. You need to ensure that you need a little bit of effort, force not to slip. So you gently connect the cable between the daughter board and the PCB, taking time to align the cable and the grooves at the bottom of the case. 6. Gently connect the cable between the daughter board and the PCB, taking time to align the daughter board with the grooves of the bottom piece. They have that in 2 places. Yeah, I literally read that twice. Interesting. 7. Install the screws into the 4 screw points. That's the top going down through, all the way through. Cool. Pretty good instructions. Have another Kei sticker. I'll have to add sticker bombs to more of my daughter's stuff. And this looks like a map of the city that it's in. Sort of nice postcard thing. It's on decent card stock too. I can appreciate that. And then last but not least, we have the Kei itself. Still in bag. This is with the silver bottom. I wanted to go with the silver bottom because originally I'm like, the colors, the way they looked, match pretty well. And of course I got, well, I shouldn't say of course, I got wooden keyless for this, so I have the blockers on both sides. I'm not going to open this up just yet. Actually, I will. I am curious to look because I did get an A stock. I want to make sure that it's beautiful. Okay, so it's already fastened with the little screws. Has 4 in there. We have the daughter board channel. We have the blockers. This is a nice looking purple color. See 1 ANO hook on the inside. See a second ANO hook on the inside. Cable has a little, or the bottom of the case has a little bit of stuff on it, but that's coming off. That's just loose dirt. Yep, more loose dirt stuff. On the bottom. So the USB-C port has this nice little recess, which is kind of cool looking. And the sides on the angle here has sort of the 2 angle to it, which I think looks pretty nice. Front of the case, pretty low front height. Always nice. And the other side of the case. ANO on the exterior looks flawless. I just saw 2 ANO hooks on the inside, which is no big deal. I'm not going to take it apart, but I'm guessing other hidden areas are fine as well. Alright, let me put it back in the bag. Maybe I'll get to build this tomorrow. Let's see how many switches I can do tonight. Anyways, really excited about getting my hands on this board in A-stock condition. I still need to, I'm still debating a little bit what switches to put on it, but hopefully it's not going to be that hard of a choice to make. Even then, well, their switches, I could always take them out. And then I guess the second part's the keycaps. But as far as switches go, I've wanted to figure out a good build to use Vint Blacks in for a while now, and I think I'm just going to do it here. Why not, right? This is a pretty nice board. Alright, so if anyone is struggling with crisp being on, I do apologize. There's a furnace going on, there's a dryer going on, because of course it didn't actually dry everything that we wanted to dry, so... And my kids still need dry clothes tomorrow. I'm sure they have plenty of clothes, but just not their favorites, you know? Kids and their favorite things. Just like me and my favorite keyboards, I guess. Alright. Let me get all my tools arrayed for lubing and filming. Usually I try to have stuff ready, but honestly, this stream... I've been putting off doing stuff on stream for a while because I had a little bit of a cough, and now I'm like so far behind. I have like 2 other boards I need to build, and just like, you know, panic. Alright. So I don't mix up tops and bottoms and stems. I am going to be doing less at a time, but I'll probably be having to do more, obviously. In total, I think I will need, what, 61 switches at minimum? Or like 60 switches at minimum, I think, because it's 1 key less. But anyways, I will probably be doing a few extras just in case, because you're never certain what happens with switches. Especially since these are older switches. Long springs are so easily tangled. That's right, a little bit of patience and they're all done. So I already have like 18 switches done. So I'm gonna need to get a few more. Alright. And as I said, I guess I'm going to be slightly superstitious about it. I don't really want to mix up the housings, the stems, and details with these switches, so I'm going to try to keep these in some sort of neat-ish order. See how that holds out for me. When I was lubing and filming these switches earlier, I was going ultra slow mode. I guess that's fine. Let me try to pile these up nicely so I don't misplace things and then get frustrated with myself later if they don't work out perfectly. But I did buy these switches online. They're actually the ones listed on thockstock.com for new old stock. They're a little bit pricey, but they actually feel pretty smooth. They're not dirty. Some of them have a little bit of burning on the bottom of the housing, but I assume that's from just frustrations with desoldering them. So that's not the worst thing. That being said, from the ones I've already tried out, they sound pretty good. They feel pretty smooth. I don't really have a complaint with them, so. Did my dryer stop? Can I turn crisp off? Actually, it's gonna bait me. I didn't hear the chime yet. That's right, I turned the anti-static thing on. Anyways, let's see if I can get enough switches done so I can just power through this tomorrow. I do want to use clip-in stabs for this so I don't have any issues with O-rings and fitting. I don't think I would with this case, but just to be sure. Because the other alternative is to try maybe use the stabies for them. I don't know, because I do have 2 sets of stabies. And I was thinking about using them on a build like this. Actually, I thought it would be the frog first, but, well, I still don't have a PCB for the frog. And they didn't ship my black beastock unit yet. I might have to join the next buy for the frog just to get a PCB. Feels weird, man. We spend so much on metal rectangles. All right. This should be a fairly chill stream. Then hopefully I can get all these done tonight, and I can build the unit tomorrow, and then I can feel better, and then get back to lubing and filming for other builds. So I still have to do Vast 60 round 2. I just have sitting around my basement. I got a weird flex PCB for it, which I wanted to try out with the 2 cuts. And then I was thinking about what switches to use. I think I might just go with Gateron Milky Black switches for that. Originally I had some thoughts about trying to swap Kale Black stems into Cherry MX Blacks, but I don't know. I still need to figure out a build to use the Milky Blacks in, and that seems like a safe bet. Come to think of it, a lot of boards coming up are probably going to have cherry switches in my builds from now on. I bought quite a few of them. I do want to use like some cherry housings I have from my WASD code version 2 keyboard. I'm going to desolder those and try to use the housings again. And for that I will be, I suppose, going to use some Hyperglide black stems, so we'll see. Kind of interested to see if that experiment will work. Because it would be less switches I'd actually have to buy overall then. It would just be like reclaim switches. It's like free money. Alright. Let's see. I think that is done. I'm going to turn crisp off. Alright. I hopefully sound back to normal. Have some more switches here. I'll just keep those out. I am so disorganized today. Alright, well, this is probably just going to be a chill stream of me just talking intermittently with random thoughts. I am going to be lubing these switches differently than I usually do. Usually I go sort of ham with the lube, but for this I'm going to start by basically touching the leaf where the legs would hit the switch, and then I am putting a very light coating on the sliders. I'm not going to be putting anything around the stem at the bottom. I'm not going to be putting too much on. I'm going to pretty much try to bring the brush out every time and just put a nice light coat on the sliders. I don't want to put too much because I still want a little bit of that signature cherry raspiness to it, but I want it to be nice and smooth, so see how that works out. All right. For vintage switches, since these are actually new old stock, which means they're desoldered from an existing board that was built, you know, pre-1994, 1993, that time range. And I'm assuming that these were sealed in boxes and bags, because these switches are super clean. I did go through with just an initial look at them and gave them a Q-tip treatment to see if I could pull anything off. Not really. So luckily I don't have to go out and ultrasonic clean them one at a time to make sure I don't mix up the housings with the top and bottom. I can just do this, lube them, film them, call them good enough. And I don't have to sit there and cherry pick each and every one. From the random sample that I picked from the several that I have, I didn't hear anything that sounded too terrible in them, more than regular raspiness or a little bit of spring noise, which, since I'm spring swapping anyways, it should be fine. Amazingly smooth? No, they're still cherry switches, but they are smoother than the Hyperglides. They're notably less scratchier sounding the Hyperglides, and even after lubing, they do still sound slightly deeper. But if you look at the price of them per switch, I kind of don't think it's 100% worth it unless you have a really nice board that you just want to sort of nerd out on and have something like this. It definitely is not a bang for your buck sort of deal. I have to get used to these now that I put them in a staggered formation so I don't get myself mixed up. Next few days, or I guess sometime in the next week or so, I should have some more organization stuff, like small bins and things like that. So one thing, if I'm missing anything, it's storage space. Well, a way to organize. So I did go back on Kinetic Lab's website. I have bought a few of their switch holders boxes in the past. I bought some more of those because I'll need some more of those. And I did buy a few of the I guess organizers on OmniType, I guess I'll just call them organizers, that fit up to 7U space bars. So actually stoked to get those and get rid of some of the potato packaging GMK nonsense that I have. Really will slim down the profile of everything that I have. I probably will still keep some of the EBBT trays if I ever need to ship something out. Those I think are a little bit better. They're definitely more compact. But if I was ever going to give something to a friend, unless they wanted the original GMK trays, you know, guess it would be RIP, and then I'd send it out in one of those. And eventually I'll probably have to intermediate bag them and then mix and match switch sets for storage purpose, or buy more switch holders. I mean, I don't switch holders, storage containers, because I'm really not sure what I'm gonna do with all this stuff. Okay. Recently I had to buy some more tea. Running low on my smoky Earl Grey tea. I usually rotate between that and regular Earl Grey tea from a specific brand. My wife used to scoff at me for buying, I guess, what she views as overpriced tea. Until now, I find her buying their tea bags for work. I'm like, why are you buying those? And she's actually admitted, you know, I have changed her mind on expensive tea versus cheap tea. But especially if you're going to be using a tea bag more than once, like, you know, may as well get something that's better. The flavor definitely is there on the second and third cup versus, well, it's disappointing with most regular tea bags if you try to reuse them more than like once or twice. Especially that third cup. Usually that third cup's pretty bad. But for the most part, at work I just drink coffee because it's readily there, it's available, and I don't have to explain to people why I buy overpriced tins of tea. Or for that matter, why I have loose leaf tea. I'm also worried if critters would find that in my office. Like most office buildings, since people have not been in their pandemic, there's more critters than what usually would be in there. Because people, for some reason, have forgotten, I guess, with the pandemic going on, that perhaps having food and snacks is a bad thing for having critters around, or, you know. Anyways. Alright. So I did take a break for a few days. Ostensibly is because I didn't want to be coughing into the mic. In the future, I will probably still just want to stream so I don't get this far behind. I feel like I'm pretty far behind. I have 2 builds. I have a frog coming I don't have a PCB for. And I have stuff coming towards the end of the month, perhaps. And then December, I'll definitely have some more units come that I'll have to build out. We'll see what happens. At the very least, it should be enough for me just to spread out content if I really wanted to. But I kind of just want to get stuff done. Oh, and I can hear the heater going in the background. I think it sounds like a monster jet engine going off. At least it looks like I set the thresholdings right for ducking so it doesn't cut out the music. Rip, living in the Northeast. That'll be going on all winter. Because people want the house to be nice and warm, and they have to have it nice and warm. They're going to freeze to death if it's not, like, perfect for them. I guess there is something to be said for everything being nice and evenly temperatured, but, I mean, sometimes I'm just like, it's a bit much, man. You'd be fine at night with it going down a few degrees. You're asleep anyways. Everyone has heavy sheets and blankets that wants them. Whatever. I have to get over myself. It's like some of the family not wanting to drink cold water and wanting to drink warm water. I don't know if anyone else has experienced this in their lifetime. But part of the family, they only will drink warm water or, you know, room or body temperature water. I don't know. Even on hot days, I'd much rather have just refreshing glass of water. But to each their own, I suppose. Free world, they can do what they want. I just don't understand why they scold me about it. And then there's like all the traditional TMC stuff that they'll cherry pick, for lack of a better term. But I'm sure everyone has that, and I feel fortunate that, you know, my in-laws are not too crazy. Anyways. There we go. Cooling fan just went off. It is done. Hopefully for another like 20 to 30 minutes. So I can hear it growling in the background. Kind of annoying. All right. So I'm going to do something weird with the films tonight. Some of them are going to be black, some of them are going to be white. I don't think it matters. I think it's all the same composition for the foam. Just know that it's all Monstargears switch film foam type. Of course, I did a crap job of placing some of these down flat, so they're not. saw Swag Keys had some new foams, switch foam films out that are missing the bottom section. I'm tempted to get those to try them out. I'm not sure if they make any real difference sound-wise, but I have been thinking about trying those out. And because I'm getting a frog, I am also thinking about getting a stand for fun, just so I can have a stand. But more importantly, so I can get the Geon logo sticker and put it on my frog. I just have to make sure it's like some iridescent or blue color so it shows against the black color that I got the frog in. And then for November, that frog drop, I might buy another one. Part of me actually really wants to buy another one. One, to get a PCB, and two, so I can get a frog with a black weight. Is there really going to be a difference? Probably not, but psychologically for me, perhaps, I don't know. Meanwhile, Mr. Suit is getting hyped up, and I still want to hold out for round 3 because I actually really want one that's burgundy in color from the round 1 sales. If round 3 does not have a burgundy colorway, I'll probably just pick something out of that then, because I do want to get my hands on one sooner than later. I do like TKLs quite a bit, so that'll just be something I'll have to look forward to. What are some other boards that have interested me recently? So the maker of the Thera board, ABBB, has a prototype out, the Glacier. I don't know if it's actually a prototype like physically made or if it's just his concept, but that thing looks pretty sweet. It has a silver bottom and a nicely angled top to it. And they recently released a new batch of colors as far as what people have been wanting. And one is this sort of baby blue color. And I think I would really like that. Alright. Time to lube the springs. I have my horribly weird mixture of Krytox and GPL. I guess this doesn't matter what order I do things in. But these springs do have a middle section. I will be just putting a very small amount on the middle. And then lubing the ends, just to prevent any spring crunch noise. All right. Speaking of getting busy, other boards that I'm looking at having, well, hopefully they'll be completed on time and will show up. The KBD Fans Odin. Originally, I signed up for that board. It did not have a ship date. but now it does, and it's actually the end of December. So that'd be cool to get that in time, or at least before Chinese New Year's. I think that's end of... Is that end of... I'd actually have to look at the calendar again, but I think Chinese New Year's coming up will be end of January, beginning of February, in that time range. As long as I get it before then, I should be good to go. And then the Thera 75 is actually in QC now, which seems a bit early, but that's cool. If they can get that board out on time, or perhaps even slightly before, I'd be very impressed. That's another board that I really want to get my hands on. I sort of already have planned out at least what switches I want. What key set, I actually don't know anymore. Originally I thought about using Hyperfuse on that because it has a lot of darker colors. I thought maybe a rich sort of purple with the desaturated alphas will look good with that. But now I'm leaning towards, since I got a purple key, maybe have that be the switches for the, or the keycaps for this one. I don't know. My plans change every time I look at renders and pictures and think about things. I try to keep my thoughts on all my personal builds, you know, logged somewhere, usually in a Google Doc or a Excel file, really. But more recently, I've just been chaotic with it. Like, for example, with Odin, I don't even know what I want to put on that yet. And in theory, that's coming at the end of the year, so I'd have to do something with that. And then the portal, in theory, that could come by the end of the year too. So I might have the 65%, that's pretty nice, the 75%, that's pretty nice. And we'll see what happens. So I guess I'll talk about these Kinetic Lab Springs for a moment. I do find these things very interesting. These are, what, 53 gram springs I have here? They definitely don't feel that light in the beginning of the press. Right, I should say, they definitely feel light in the beginning of the press. I don't know if they feel 53 grams light. But by the end of the press, they're a little bit heavier. And they have a nice sort of satisfying feel to them, which is why I keep going back to using like these double springs. So measured end to end, they're like 20 millimeters, right? And the housings themselves, you know, the most when they're fully extended and in the off or up position, there's like what, 10, maybe 11 millimeters of space. So they're already like compressed. But whenever you actuate them, they just finish the rest of the way. So rather than having to fight the whole length of the spring, they start pre-compressed and they feel, it has a different feel to it. Actually, I kind of really like them. I'll have to see after I build this board if I want to keep buying way more of them, or if I want to get back to the TX springs for a little bit, because 16 millimeter TX springs were my favorite up until this point. Just to clarify, that'd be TX long springs. If I can get all these switches done tonight, I'll be very pleased. Part of me says I should use clip-ins for this build later, but part of me also wants to try out the stabies. But since I'm going to be using full backspace rather than split backspace, I probably shouldn't chance it. I don't really want to mix things. I guess the most things I'd mix around would really be the wires. I'll probably end up using 7U wires that I have left over from other kits. And heck, I just have these free Duroc stabs, so I'll use those in a build sometime soon, I'm sure. Unless Stabies come back, or I actually ordered some more Gatorade ink stabs. I do like them. I do like their wires. I do like how they feel. Haven't really heard a difference in how they sound, but I've had to put way less effort into tuning them, so. I guess another noted deviation. I will be using XHT BDZ to fill the stabs after I put them together and put them on the PCB. I used to just fill them with, you know, Krytox 205 grade 2 and grade 0. But now I'll be using XHT BDZ, which is much thicker. So I'm a little bit worried about how that might affect things, but it should be fine. I mean, after all, you see, like, Wildcats doing it, so it must be okay by now. Okay. Finishing up with the springs for this batch. Next is going to be a very light housing on, or very light brushing of 205 grade 0 on the stem. Then I will try to close them up in order. Oh man, I hear my house creaking because of the heating system. Crazy. Alright, I definitely want to get the front and the back of these switch faces. And I'm also going to get the bottom and the stem just to make sure that they don't have any unnecessary friction points on them that make it sound terrible. And then I'm going to just brush going straight down all the surfaces on the sides to try to take any extra off that I can. I don't really need a heavy lube or much at all on the stems after applying a decent amount to the bottom housing. And then last bit of the detail is I'm going to put them on in order. Alles in Ordnung. A little bit of German never hurt anybody. These are German switches after all. But more to the point, I don't want to try to switch up housing, stem, and bottom housing. Just on the off chance that there are variations in these switches and they don't play well together. In theory, you know, everything is replaceable and they should be, but even though they've not been used, I don't want to take that chance. I want to give them the best shot possible. Because damn, these things are a little bit pricey. One thing I'm specifically doing different from the last time I was lubing switches, especially with the lavenders, I did put a little dot on the top housing. I'm not going to do it for these cherry switches, so I do want a little bit of top out sound going on, whereas the lavenders, well, they're kind of muted anyways, and it was okay. I don't think they have the best top out noise. But next time I lube and film alpacas, I'll probably avoid getting that section of the top housing, because I think those could have a nice clack noise to them, and I probably shouldn't dampen and suppress that. I'm still learning myself. I'm still experimenting and doing things. I'm also playing around with ideas for YouTube videos. I don't think particularly putting a video out about how I got in the hobby and what I think is useful, but more or less, I guess, give a more detailed guide as far as different ways you can affect sound by lubing switches slightly differently, because it does. I'm not really sure what else I'd put in most YouTube videos though. Other than that, like sound tests, I guess, thoughts on boards and stuff like that. I don't really think there's space for another reviewer per se. Especially one that's just dry, factual, and sticks pretty much only to keyboards. Unless I find like some weird combination that I guess is more keyboard entertainment oriented. I don't know. I'm not really interested in becoming an internet famous person. I just want to do builds and hang out. But to hang out with people, I guess I need to stream more regularly. I'll have to try that. Yeah, sorry, not monologuing, just enjoying that trumpet. Yeah, recently I've had more time to look at Discords and stuff like that. It's sort of interesting seeing what some people have opinions on and things like that. But some Discords are just a bunch of people just crying for help. It sort of feels like. So I do like helping people out on some of the stuff. That being said, I don't have all the experience in the world, and I'm prone to do things like question people's really wanting or having a preference for like a brass plate, for example. I hate brass plates personally, so I don't know. All preference. I shouldn't judge people based off of their plate choices, I know, but it just seems... I don't know why you'd like brass plates. Feels super hard, it's stiff, it's pingy. I don't know. Guess personally I've just been wanting more comfort things in my keyboards. Every time I look at these under light, it feels like I put too much lube on. But I'm selectively being very careful with how much I'm trying to put on and load the brush up with. I don't know. Perhaps there's a way I can put even less on. I don't think much is needed for these. I mean, most of the lube job should have been done on the bottom housing, so... The stem should really just extend it up to the top. So let's see, other keyboards that have interest in me. Just to have myself talking on stream rather than just concentrating on lubing and switches. I guess I found out about the Neo 87 not that long ago. That I think has a group buy form open until the 7th. I was actually very interested in that as a TKL, jumped on it. And still waiting for an invoice, but I should have made the cutoff for that one. And it appears to have other pseudo in stock, just blanks, I guess, of other keyboards from Cherry B. I'm kind of interested in some of the stuff that he's doing, although just want to do a little more research as far as where the designs are from and things like that, making sure it's not like copies of anything. But they look pretty unique, and they seem to be fairly well received. I haven't seen anything super negative on GeekHack, so usually if anything happens, they'll get called out there. Speaking of boards that are sort of in, well, we're called out. Paper Sky Studio Q. Those were sort of under fire for a little bit, but it looks like whatever was happening with those has been resolved, I hope. So we'll see what happens. Will be very interested to get my hands on one of the older goated keyboards at Q. I actually did buy 2 of them. I'm planning on keeping one for myself and maybe giving one to a friend. Or if I keep both, one will probably become one of my daughter's or my wife's keyboards if they like 65%. Other group buys that I am sort of hyped for. I think I will end up joining the next Singa group buy sometime in November, I think. Middle of November, maybe early December. With the Ocelot. It's going to be a little 6 or 8 key macro pad, and I think it's going to be quite cute. Did want to get my hands on that, just in case I wanted more buttons rather than having just a Stream Deck do all the work. I'll have to see how I feel about that, because I don't really use a Stream Deck. It's not really doing me much favors, so to speak. I'll have to think about it. But anyways, wanted a little macro pad, something fun. I've always been interested in having something that was from Singa, but I keep hearing, well, I assume it's a joke, but on their Discord server, people keep spamming Jag V3 when. And if a Jaguar was to run, I would definitely try to get on the group buy for that, especially if it was like running collaborations with Mono K as an Unlimited. That being said, I'm still on the lookout for a decent to higher end, somewhere in that range, Alice style board. I guess if it's an Arisu, I could forgive it and live with it, but honestly, I don't need those extra keys. And I was intrigued by an interest check for a Mountain Alice, which would be a full-size Southpaw Alice with a tinted design. And I guess the obligatory Type K. I was also very interested in that interest check as well. If that comes a group buy and it's under like $700, I'll probably end up trying to snap one of those up too. Because getting a nice tinted Alice would be, I think, pretty sweet. Because I do enjoy the Alice layout. I do find it comfortable to type at, especially at my office. I kind of feel bad not jumping on like MGA Standard or the Meridian. Meridian was the other board that I was looking at. I was not even close to being on the fence for a board like the Dallas. I know it has Lin and TGR on the label, but I wasn't sure if I'd want a board. But after building the Segaha, I was like, yeah, I probably could have just jumped on that and been done with it. But I didn't, so I have money to spend on other things like maybe a Vertex Angle whenever that comes out, because that looks like it'll be a fun TKL. Even if it doesn't sound the best, everyone seems to have some level of praise for the leaf spring design. I should probably bug my wife to get a Billy account or something off of her, just to try to hear and then have Google Translate digest whatever the reviews are in Chinese, and then have my wife laugh at me and yell at me for trying to spend that much on keyboards. But, you know, is what it is. I am interested in that one. We'll probably be looking at buying that whenever it comes out on group buy. Because International, I think, was supposed to be the end of the year or right before Chinese New Year. Other keyboards that I have bought recently, the W1AT. I joined the group buy for that one because their Geonworks board with a thinner PCB, I don't know. That's such a unique, almost battleship style board. Like if it had F-row plus macro, I think that would have been just like the best old-timey looking board in a new plastic body, well, new metal body instead of a plastic body. But actually very sort of happy with that sort of one. Can't wait to get my hands on it. Also can't wait on the frog. So the frog, I already decided I wanted to put Dracula on it. I think that would look pretty good, especially since it's a black frog, like a black screen, you know, and that theme. If I get one with a black weight, I might, I don't know. I'll have to see how I'm feeling. If I do want to buy one with a black weight, I'll probably switch everything over to that one. But yeah, I think I settled on GMK Dracula for my first frog at least. And then if I get another frog, I might switch it up and do something with the other frog. I might give it away to a friend or something like that. Actually, I don't know what I'm doing with that board. But the first board, I still need to find one of the Heine or compatible H88C board for it. Since Mr. Heinebush has been struggling to find MCUs, and pretty much everyone that's building PCBs seems to be struggling to find them. It seems to be one of those things. Time will tell if I can get my hands on one soon. If I have to like buy a second frog to get one, so be it, I guess. Feels bad, man. I don't feel right flipping a frog, so I'll probably end up building it some other time, and then handing it to a friend to use, or I'll loan to a friend if they don't feel like they want to receive it fully as a gift, because some people feel weird about receiving pricey things from people. So I just term it like, oh, I'm loaning it to you permanently. Or perhaps that's going to be what's going to be on my desk at work as like a permanent, semi-permanent fixture. I don't know. Because it's going to be a little bit until the Freebird TKL comes out. Because originally that's what I planned on being sort of my new work desktop thing that sits there. That metal rectangle thing, the keyboard that I would use at work. But I keep bringing like a keyboard every single day. Everyone's like commenting, is that your lunch bag? What is that? Since I have a different bag in case every time. Cujo26, hello. Hello, how are you? Oh, okay. Cool. Feel free to lurk, man. Glad to have you here. Oh yeah, I made the bot make that command up. Oh well. But thank you for lurking. Enjoy your stay. Something like that, right? Thanks, man. Other boards I was looking at, I had tried to figure out a use for eBPT Photoshop. It's going to take an hour to be back, so if I'm still streaming, I'll be active in chat. Cool. Yeah, no pressure, man. It's all good. I have quite a few switches to do, and I'm doing them slow because I'm old. chances are I'll probably still be doing this when you get back, so all good. Drive safely. Yeah, so I still have a Vast 60 board that I need to finish. Vast 60 is around 2. I bought it as an extra because honestly I didn't even know about that board. So wanted a pretty lightweight, simple board. Seems to fit that bill quite nicely. And what I'm looking to do with that is put a Weird Flex PCB in it. And I actually have here... What did I just dropped something. Actually, I have here some Milky Top Gatoron Blacks to throw in there. Relatively inexpensive switch. I don't want anything too crazy going on with that. Pretty sure I just dropped a switch beneath my chair. Where did it go? Oh, here it is. What is this one? This sounds and feels like, yeah, a cherry switch that I've swapped out the stem on. I don't think that's one of the vints, but I'll have to check later. All the vintage switches have some solder on the legs because they were pulled from boards that were new. All right. So that's what this switch sounds like, new old stock, vint black. I do think they sound quite good. More importantly, I think they feel quite smooth. They still have a little bit of that cherry raspiness to them, but it's not something I'd want to lube out of the switch totally. I do like it. Have a little bit go into it, but also have them be nice and heard. Again, are they worth it? Probably not. But I have bought some for other builds. Mostly higher end TKLs. I wanted to try them out or use them or Franken switch them or do something with them. But after sort of hearing and feeling how they both feel and sound, I think I'm just going to use them as just pure, you know, vintage cherry switches. I have resisted buying more, but I have enough for up to 5 88 key TKLs. Assuming that all the switches work, nothing breaks, and everything like that. So I do have quite a few of them. So I'm still planning on putting BCPs in Tomo whenever that arrives. But Kage and Cloudline, I'm both leaning towards using these vintage switches. I don't know what other boards I would use them in, but I'm sure I'll buy more stuff and I'll want to use other switches in those as well. Then meanwhile, other switches that I've got in recently, I seem to be collecting as many of the SP Star switches in different varieties and colorways as possible. I'm pretty sure that eventually someone will do an A/B test, probably not me because I'm too lazy, and they'll just end up being recolors mostly, but that's fine. I do like the way SP Star switches sound and feel. Okay, I really like how some of these switches feel and sound. See how they feel after a few weeks of use. Because knowing me, after I build the Kei, I'll probably end up taking that to work for like a week or so straight. I'm one of those people. Oh, I want to switch out keyboards, and then I'll just bring the same one into work every single day. Which reminds me, I think I still have 2 more Kaban bags coming from Mauna Kea at some point. So I have 2 right now, a small and a medium. I don't know if they're ever going to have larges in, but I also don't think I need a large. But I do like those cases. They're a little bit heavier foam-wise. I guess if I wanted to get other cases, I have been looking at the Mecha case from Omnitype and a few others. But I'm quite happy with the Kaban bags that I have, actually. I'll probably end up trying to buy some more. Only thing is, shipping doesn't always make sense, so... I should say, whatever shipping service and forwarder they use is definitely a premium service. It's definitely a little bit pricier, but it is what it is. Okay. This will be another 18 switches down. Feels good, man. Switch films are behaving nicely for the moment, which is good. In the middle of the next batch, I'll have to switch from the black switch films to the white switch films. Disaster panicking. But I do want to try to get all the switches done tonight, if I can. That'd be cool, because that means the next night will just be build stream. Oh, need to get this film back a little bit. I am kind of peculiar in the way I want to line up films on switches. Ooh, that one got bent. Guess I should check the legs more carefully. I'm taking for granted that the legs are probably good to go. Switch film's trying to get away from me, man. Ah. Alright. Once it comes together, it feels excellent. And I really, really like how these sound. Alright. Let me get 2 of these rails ready. I'll snap them in, and then I'll put them with the rest of the finish switches. So I've been trying to think of what to put on a Portal 75, or Portal 65 that is it 65 or 75? I totally forget what size board that Portal was. Anyways, I totally need to figure out what key sets to put on that one. I think I ordered some of the GMK stuff that's only gonna come like this time next year. Hoping to put on some of the boards I'm going to be getting in the next few months, so I'll have to think about that and adjust, but it is what it is. Wait, did I put ones that were not lubed and filmed? Am I going crazy? I think I'm going crazy. Hold on. I'm going nuts. Alright, that was definitely complete. What about this one? No, this one... Was I pulling from this pile? I was probably pulling from this pile. I'm going crazy. Oh, this pin's bent. Straighten out with the fingernails. Pro move. What was I doing? I was putting unfinished ones in the finished sleeve. Ugh. My brain, man. I'm so donezo. Gonna have to be careful when I'm inserting these. Some of them have some extra solder and stuff still on them, which is fine because they're desoldered from whatever they came from. On this rail. Okay. I was wondering why when I was testing them they felt so scratchy, and that's because if they didn't have lube on them, yeah, they're gonna be scratchy. Alright, next bunch. Almost took it from the wrong pile again. Would have been a travesty. Hate to see it. Alright. Next 18. Same deal. Gonna try to keep these in order. Not sure if that actually matters for these types of switches or not. Just not going to take any chances. Taking my time. Huh. Wonder if they sell jigs or fixtures, or if there's a reliably easy way to just straighten out pins. Might have to look into that. There's probably an old Geek Hack post about straightening pins on desoldered switches. Hypno, hello, how are you? How's it going? How are you enjoying your Alice board? Hopefully everything's still going well. Doing well. It's nice. Excellent. Good to hear. Yeah, I decided to make some time for myself to stream because I wanted to get some builds done. Originally I was planning on going from one build to the next build to the next build and modding. But then, you know, life happened, end of the month happened, and I was busy for the past 2 weeks just running around in circles, it feels like. Did I pre-order tiramisu? I'm actually not sure if I want to join that group buy or not. I'm not sure what I'd put a very brown... It's a nice looking brown, but I'm not sure what I'd put brown on. You know? Usually when I buy stuff, I at least have a vision of things I want to do with it, and I'm not sure what I'd want to put it on. I'm sure it would look nice on any darker or neutral set, but yeah. I did not actually join that group buy. I'm trying to hold off on GMK group buys if I'm being 100% honest, because, well, it's one of those things where I'm just like, I keep buying stuff that'll show up about a year or so later. Yeah, Q1 2023. I don't know. By that point, I think if I was really interested, I'd go hard, try to get extras. I'm still not one of those people that want to go into mech market and buy aftermarket prices. But, you know, let's see what happens. But anyways. Did want to get this build started. Tonight I'm actually doing some new old stock vintage cherry MX black switches, lubing for a Kei R2 build. Which also reminds me that KFE should be finishing up and shipping sometime, and maybe they'll have extras too. If they have extras, I will probably buy an extra KFE CE to build as well. I do like the way Monoke has their boards and their layouts and look. They all seem to be quite quality and nice. I think that's one of the original reasons why I joined their friend collaborations too. I wasn't around, or I didn't realize what Hidari was, or else I probably would have joined that. So whenever that comes out, sometime next year, I might actually look for extras of that as well. But yeah. Then if I get that one and the last collaboration, the Friends one, whenever that is announced, probably middle of December, I'll probably put pressure on myself and want to buy a little 40% Neko keyboard as well. Just because peer pressure and wanting to complete the set, so to speak. Bad reasons, but, you know, pretty cool to have. Do some weird YouTube video for that probably. But yeah, I was running into issues with trying to figure out what keycaps to put on some of my boards whenever I build them later down the line. Because it seems whenever I start, I always have some idea of what I want to do, but it's never actually one of those things. Okay. Tea feels good today. All right. Second batch of 18. I'm doing these trying to be nice and orderly. I don't want to really mix stems and bottom housings and top housings, just for, I guess, just in case they don't exactly match fit or play well with each other. I'm also trying to do a fairly light lube. I'm just basically doing bottom housing, leaf and sliders, and then the stem. Of course, I'm lubing the coils on the springs with my weird mixture of 205 grade 2 and GPL 106. But I am trying to go light on this because I do want to hear more of the switch than less of the switch. And since these are pretty smooth as far as cherry switches go, I think I'm better off putting a little bit less lube on these. And now I think about the last group buy that I joined that I think is delivering sometime in Q1 2023. Probably it'll be pushed back further than that. Was the Chaos Theory. Well, it was two different sets with like identical. It was Chaos Theory, then there was Order. I did join that. I'm trying to think, did I join any other GMK sets recently? It's all blending together, so I'm gonna hopefully say no. Yeah. I have a spreadsheet which I try to keep track of things. That's how you know things have gotten from bad to worse, so to speak. One of my friends had questioned me, "Why don't you have prices on there?" I'm like, I know what these things cost. I don't want to add that all up. Oh, feels weird. But I am looking forward to building my boards and trying to think of what I want to do with them, because eventually it's going to come to the point where if I bought nothing else between now and this time next year, in theory I'd have close to 35 boards, which is probably too many to have in a house comfortably without my wife questioning my sanity. So I'll have to find somewhere to give them away to friends and see what's going on. Maybe I'll get friends into them by giving them decent keyboards, I don't know. Or I'll just have to find unique storage solutions for my basement that keeps things out of the way so my wife doesn't just kill me and then sell my keyboards. Knowing me, since I do collect things and tend to hold on to things, I'll probably try to find a nifty storage solution. It'll probably come in the form of a bookshelf that'll be somewhere over there just chilling. Who knows, though. At some point, I should probably also upgrade this camera setup. So rather than having a potato Hero 7 GoPro looking down at whatever I'm doing, I'll probably actually have to get a decent camera for sometime in the future if I continue doing this for fun. Because whenever I look at my own videos, I'm like, why is they so fuzzy, man? But I'd much rather spend stuff on keyboards and just chat and chill and whatever. I do think I will end up building the Vast R2 keyboard next, after the Kei round 2, but I'm not sure what keycaps I want to put on that. Originally I was thinking like a random, well, a white relaxing set of EPBT, but I end up getting a red bottom housing, a white top housing, so it looks kind of weird already. So I was just thinking about something weird like putting Photoshop on it, EPBT Photoshop, just to have the weird Legends keycaps and just to be random, because I'm not sure what would really look good. I guess a beige set would always look good, but you know, beige can't be the answer to every key set. It'll be okay. I'll probably end up putting Photoshop on it and giving that to a friend as just sort of a weird board. See if they can deal with the 60%. They'll probably say no and send it back to me. Other boards I was thinking about getting to friends as soon as I figure out preferences and what people would want were the YKMD 96. It's basically a 96% keyboard. And I have my Tofu 96, which I probably want to redo one more time and then maybe give it to a friend to use, because they're two keyboards that, although I like them, they have some sentimental value since they're like some of my earlier builds. It's weird though, I love my Alice. I really want to try a TKL. I don't know. For me, TKL was the keyboard that you would buy if you didn't want a full size. It always had a special place in my head as far as a keyboard that I always thought looked good. Because not in every build that I like numpads. Sometimes I would go with like more Battleship Station sort of keyboards, but at the end of the day, I really like TKLs because it had everything that I thought I wanted at the time, and just have that extra mouse space. You forgot how useful they are? Honestly, so if you look at this keyboard, it's going to be fuzzy for you, unfortunately. But this says function because I don't have a caps lock. I have a function button. And I use WASD for my arrow keys. I pretty much have reprogrammed every board to do that because I got used to it with 60% and it's just been useful. I pretty much never use caps lock. And if I did, someone really mess up at work, or I guess I'm having a heated Discord discussion for whatever reason. I just try not to have heated Discord discussions. It's usually not productive at all. Rather just chill. Although I misread somebody's question about, I think it was on a Keeps for All Discord. Someone was asking about brass plates, and I'm like, talking about brass weights. And I'm like, oh, because I assumed that no one would want a brass plate. Shame on me. Should have just been more chill and actually read than projected, I guess, but is what it is. Man, you can hear that boiler just yelling in the background. If I turn crisp on, then you won't hear it in the background. But then I feel like my voice sounds ever so slightly warped and weird. So I'm going to try not to have that on unless I have like my soldering fan on. Yeah, I'll be here for a little bit. I want to try to get, I guess, around 68 switches, 70 some switches done by the end of the night. We'll see. We'll see how much I can get done. Cool. Yeah, no problem, man. Feel free to lurk, go do about your business. It's all good. Ads. Oh no. Sorry. I have no control over these things. They just say you have to roll so many ads or else you have pre-roll ads. I'm like, pre-roll ads sound like ass. I don't know. I'm new to this. I don't really know what I'm doing. I can't hear you still through the ads. My bad, man. Have a good one. All good. Have a good one, man. Typing that out quick in chat. So part of the reason why I did decide to go on the Kei round 2 is because I found this the Sangol 60 or Sangio 60, if you go by how it's romanized for whatever reason. I found that I like bringing this keyboard in the office the most. Part of it is just because it has that clacky tone with SP star switches in it, but also 60% kinda my thing now. I still think TKLs are my preferred layout, but as far as other sizes go, I really like 60%. More than I thought I would. When I bought my Neo Element G67 keyboard in, which is a 65%, I found myself not using the arrows or the extra navigation. Well, I did use page up, page down. That was about it. That's the only buttons I was missing. And I know I have that map somewhere on this, but I've just forgotten what the mapping was, so me being dumb and lazy, I guess. That's the main reason why I really wanted to get a higher end 60%. I think it's something that I'll get a lot of use of and enjoy quite a bit. And as far as TKLs, I mean, I got lucky and won a Cloud9, so I had to buy that. Got a bunch of plates for it, all half plates, to try different things out, I guess, for materials. But for that one, I'm really looking forward to probably the polypropylene plate. That seems like it'll be quite interesting. In case I don't like that, I did get an FR4 plate because I always like FR4. I don't know. Then of course I bought Kage because I like the Friends board collaborations. They've all seemed pretty interesting to me, and the bottom angles of Kage really got me with the sweeping lines and the matching radiuses. I just thought that looked so neat. And then I guess the nerd in me, as far as knowing the machining and tolerances that would have to go behind the scenes to make that actually work, got me pretty excited. Not gonna lie. And then other boards I'm looking at in TKL, that vertex angle that's people have been building, like Mr. Alex Otos and other people on their streams. I'm actually very interested in that. Hopefully they can get rid of, hopefully getting rid of the silicone, and that makes it sound real nice. And of course I have a B-stock frog coming on the way. I still need to figure out how to source a PCB for that. I guess the fastest way might be actually to buy another frog in the next month's sale. So originally I really wanted the black on black weight, but I don't know. And I'm holding off on Mr. Suit. Shiny looking chamfers aside, I did want a burgundy suit. So hopefully they'll bring the burgundy color back for round 3. If they don't, I'll probably end up settling for whatever I think is the nicest color in round 3. And other TKLs that I have my eye out on is the Glacier 80 from the same makers of Thera, ABBB. That one has piqued my interest a little bit as well, just because the side design is different as far as the side profile and look. And judging by how fast the Thera has moved, it's now in QC, if the Discord title is correct. As far as the update goes, I'm actually very impressed and would buy from that runner again, ABBB. What else is coming out for TKLs? I would be interested in Cruel World 88 whenever that actually launches, or if that's ever going to have extras or things. I joined the Discord channel for that one, and I've been kind of just lurking in that one. I don't really know what to make of some of the stuff that goes on there, but I am very, very interested in their products, so. Then after that, is there any other keyboard TKLs that I'm aware of that I was really interested in? Oh, I learned about the Neo 87. I didn't realize that was a thing until someone had mentioned in a Discord server, and I actually Googled it. So I'm like, originally I thought it was with the Neo Keys group, but it wasn't. It's a different, entirely different, made by Cherry B. I'm probably going to try to get one of those to see what they're like. Looks interesting. I'm not quite sure what to make of it. All the sound tests seem to be from Billy Billy, and that's the Chinese, I guess, equivalent for YouTube. If I can get away with calling it that. But everything has seemed to, all the sound tests seem to be quite scuffed in comparison to what we hear on YouTube. So, but the looks of the keyboard are interesting, and I'm looking at getting a two-tone. It's similar, I guess, layout to what the Monstargears Alu XO-V3 was, but just with sharp, pointier bezels rather than the rounded aesthetic fully. But surprisingly, the price for that board is fairly inexpensive for a TKL. I don't really know. Not sure what to think about that board, but I'll probably end up picking one of those up if I can. Because TKL is sort of my thing. I really do like TKLs. But after the Kei R2 build, round 2, maybe I'll like 60s more, I don't know. Maybe that will be the thing that changes my mind, so I can spend less on TKLs and spend more on 60s. Alright. Put the springs out. I need to put the films on before I forget. Need to drink more tea. Alright, where am I at with this? And then, as I said before, I'll have to switch from the black switch films because I won't have enough of these to the white switch films. But they're both foam films from Monstargears, so it should be the same, just different colors. If I do hear a difference, I will be amazed, crap myself, and then I guess have to end the stream to order more. Okay, I don't think I'm that obsessive about it, but who knows. Yet another batch of films done. Put this back in the bag. I don't know what I'm keeping these around for. Originally I thought I'd use them as, like, I guess, spacers or padding, because they're fairly thick but they're very compressible. I don't really know what my goal is with these. It might actually help out some other builds and boards I was doing, but whatever. Alright. Actually, this bag will be excellent for putting springs in, now I think about it. Clear out this pile of old cherry springs. Alright, in the bag they go. Alright, I should have enough of these films for this batch. I guess I'm going to have to go on probably Swag Keys and order some more. Because I think I might actually try to get... I keep thinking I'll get a stand to get the Geon logo to throw it on my frog whenever I actually get it. But we'll see. Alright, they feel the same, they sit the same. The last test will be, do they sound the same? I think in the future for at least cherry switches, I do like these foam switch films. Man, hear that boiler roar in the background. That thing is so loud. You'll hear it all winter too. I apologize in advance. Unless I'm soldering, then I'll turn crisp on. Alright. Oh. Poking my Hallyu desk mat feels bad. Alright, springs. In case you're here earlier, I guess I'm just gonna say I'm gonna restate all my thoughts on these very long 20mm long springs. I actually like them quite a bit. These are 63 gram springs from Kinetic Labs. These are their Symmetric springs. So they have a top section, a bottom section that are exactly the same length, and they have one coil in the middle to join them. And the idea here is that it's a pre-tensioned spring, more so than like even your 14mm standard cherry length springs. And because these are 20mm being compressed to somewhere between 11 and 10mm, most of the energy is already sort of being absorbed by the coil. So they give fairly easily, and they feel they have a slight slope to them, but they feel pretty consistent and linear throughout the press. And they have a nice, quick, snappy return, which is what I really like them for. I don't think I'd put them in every switch that I have, but at least in these old switches, I do like them. Helps make sure that it has a nice clean cherry top out sound, and the bottom out sound is still good. I don't have any spring crunch or ping from these. And these are the gold plated variant from Kinetic Labs. Do quite like them a lot. We'll probably put them in other cherry switches too, now I think about it. I think for my frog, I'll probably end up Franking switching some Hyperglide blacks with Kale black stems, so long pull stems inside the cherry housing. And I will probably end up using long springs for it from TX. Probably going to go with like 55 long springs or something like that. I'm not sure if long pull switches and these springs would really go 100% well together, but I'll at least test it out before I get on stream and really start building out all the switches. But again, I still need a PCB for that. Feels bad saying that. I don't mean to throw shade at either Mr. Gian or Heine. It's just unfortunate with the way the MCU market has been that everything is going to be behind, delayed, or hard to find. But I guess the faster way to do it will probably end up being to buy a second frog. So at least I have a purpose for buying more boards, right? Right? That and the black weight on the frog. The black weight and the black frog, I think is going to look pretty sick. Or at least from the lighting in the photos. That's one thing I wanted to comment on. Gian recently has seemed to update whatever hardware he's using for photos. Things are looking much better, much more crisp, has a better flow and focus as far as the images that they're taking. Much appreciated. I do like seeing the latest and greatest from them. Like the W1AT. That's something I jumped on as soon as I figured out what it was and that it was on sale. It actually came up like earlier than it was supposed to on Swag Keys, which was interesting and fine. And Mr. Gian thought he'd only sell like 200 of those. I think they're up to almost 500 in sales already. That's a pretty interesting board. It's like, I don't know, has a numpad and macro keys on this side. I don't know. It's interesting. I'm actually looking forward to that. And I did get the thinner PCB, the 1.2 millimeter PCB. Interested in trying that out. Although Mr. Yankar is already posting that it doesn't feel as flexy as he thought it might be and things like that, but I don't know. I am still very interested in that board. And it should come out, you know, about 6 months, which is cool. Although I have no clue what keycaps to put on something like that. I'll probably have to find and buy a key set that has separate macro keys for the side profile, just to get the profiles right. Because otherwise I could, I guess, cobble things together or try to... Okay, I don't want to buy artisans. That's one thing I don't want to do. But I might. I mean, I guess I didn't show these on camera yet. But I did get 2 artisans from Monoke. In this case, they're the keycap with Doge Think. Because I always like Doge Think. Got a black one and a white one. I guess I'll take them out since I didn't open them up yet, actually. I'm not sure what keyboard I'll end up putting these on. But I did want to get them. And apologies in advance for the super potato version of my camera that can't resolve this, but it's a nice clean Doge Think. Put those to the side, keep them nice and safe. Take this one out of the little bag. Oh man. As I grow older, I find that I have no like natural oils in my hand anymore, so opening bags has become a problem. True old person speak here. Let me see, will this focus? Yeah. I don't know. I always think these keycaps look pretty nice. And I'm looking forward to put it on a board. I'm not sure what I'll put it on yet, though. Maybe it'll be the key. I don't know. Alright. Back to the boring stuff. Can't have too much excitement in these streams, man. Okay, so after lubing the springs, and I haven't tested whether lubing the midsection of these 3-part springs is really worth it. I just do it by default because I see coils and somewhere where it possibly could bind and crunch. So I just do it as a prophylactic move, I guess. But yeah, after this it'll be stem time, and then I'll put the top housings on and we'll continue onwards. Maybe it will be complete by the end of the night, I don't know. And since this is a weird Krytox mix of a heavier type, I'm just putting a little bit on and letting the oil just sort of seep into the coils and do the work for me. It's a heavy oil, so I don't think it's going to go anywhere. And it has a little bit of the 205 grade 2 particulates in it. So that's like extra grease on top. So the idea is it'll stick and it'll be nice and smooth. Way too much on the brush. So after I'm done with the key build, the vast 60 round 2 build will definitely be happening sometime, probably less than a week after I'm done. Because after that, I definitely want to get to the TM680 in time for the holidays to maybe send that to a friend that recently had a kid. Even if he's not looking for a keyboard, just to see, one, if he can deal with 65%. So I might want to send him a better board in the future. And also to give him an idea of, I guess, lubed linear switches, because I'm going to guess that a lot of my friends are tactile or clicky users. So okay. Apologies for going slow. I am an old person. Okay, another section done. Onto the stems. Put this horrific looking mixture away again. Okay. Another light coating on these. Make sure I get it even. And then I'll be spreading it down the actual stem itself. Just to try to take some excess off because I don't want these to be over lubed. Alright, then brush down to smooth it out and to take excess off. Don't need all of it there. Remove some of it. I'm not sure if it matters for these boards, but still trying to not mix up the bottom housing, the stem, and the top housing. It's too much. I don't need that much. There we go. The brushes I use are fairly small, but because they are for oil paint, they do tend to soak up and wick up quite a bit of the lubricant. They hold it pretty well, and they're pretty even at dispersing it once you get that initial clump off the front of it, or wherever you're holding it on the brush. As soon as you brush it off, it actually does a pretty good job of reapplying it to the bristles at the top end, and also spreading it down through whatever you're trying to lube. So then the last question will be, I guess, for this build, I guess second to last question, the penultimate last question will be, what stabs do I use for this? I do have 2 packs of stabies that I was looking forward to using. Perhaps one on this, I don't know. But because this is gummy O-ring mount, I am thinking about erring on the side of caution and just use a pair of cherry clip-ins. I'll probably swap the wires out on the cherry clip-ins because those always look kind of weird and gross. But, yeah. I am leaning towards cherry clip-ins, but since the board did come with Duroc V2s, I guess I'll have to look at, or ask on the Discord server as far as people's preferences for them. Because I'm going to use a full backspace, and I think that's possibly the only place where it would bind, would probably be that full backspace. And I kind of don't want to mix and match stabs because that would just feel weird. I did go to the trouble of buying OG cherry clip-ins, and I'll have to use clip-ins in other builds too. I'll probably just not be using clip-ins, yeah. I'll stop, like, triple guessing myself. Man, the oil burner's so loud. But it'll keep my house nice and warm. Because that is an overkill unit. Has 3 zones, way too many BTUs for what this house actually needs. I don't know. Oh, and it's like fairly new, so I will probably never have to replace it before, I guess, burning of fossil fuels is outlawed. That'll probably happen some year, hopefully when I'm still alive. Hopefully I live to see that day. I do like my internal combustion engine in my car, but with the latest performance models of Tesla and things like that, I mean, I'm sure I can get over switching to electric if it's that zippy and fast and has instant torque and horsepower. Then I can be one of those old people and reminisce about, you know, all sorts of old-timey stuff with cars and having shifters and things like that. And my daughter will be like, I vaguely remember that. It was terrifying. I actually want to get my older daughter, who's 4 now, and put her on a sim rig and see what she does driving wise, because she doesn't seem to. She seems to like driving. She seems to like watching F1 with me. I don't know if that's just because that's what I'm watching, so she wants to watch it, but yeah. Kind of interested if she'd show any preference for driving or racing. Might actually look at seeing what racetracks. I know there's a few like go-kart tracks and circuits in the area where I live. Yeah, to get her maybe a go-kart or something like that. That might be a fun, I guess, father-daughter sort of thing to do. I don't really know though. I don't want to force her into habits or, I guess, things that she doesn't want to be, but if she shows interest, perhaps. Although I have been getting a little antsy about wanting to build her a gaming PC at some point. Because she's almost to the age where she's reading some stuff now. She likes to read books and things like that. And if she likes to read books and stuff, perhaps there's some games that we could play with a lot of reading in it. Brian Clicks, hey, what's up, man? How are you? Unfortunately, I've postponed yet again the TM680 build. Yeah. Okay, cool. Hanlu to you too, and feel free to lurk. All good, man. Thanks for coming back. Excellent. Good to hear. I was watching some of your more recent videos, and I'm like, that's pretty good. I like what some of the stuff you're doing, so keep it up. Not going to make perfect promises, but after I'm done with the Kei round 2 and the VAST 60 round 2, I'll try to get on the... Please build yeah, I don't know. I really want to build the TM680 because I do want to get that eventually to a friend to give him a taste of linear switches. And also to build it for myself just to see what it's about. Because if that's a decent board and I can make it sound pretty good, that might be something I'll give out as, like, I guess, extra gifts for holiday times. So I'm never sure what to give friends, and giving them a taste of what mechanical keyboards are without having them feel too worried about the price. Yeah, I think that would be an excellent gift to try to snare more people in the hobby so I have more people to talk keyboards about. Very plastic sound? That's fine, we can work with it. Very blur thock. Honestly, I think plastic boards probably have some of the better potential for being real thocky boards. So, I don't know. I'm leaning into it not sounding the best. I am looking at options for modding it with both tape and polyfill and maybe some silicone and weight. I guess I'll really see what it needs. But I am planning on trying to make the best out of it. So that's also part of the reason why I got wired instead of wireless. Yeah. For example, a lot of polycarbonate boards, you can get those stocking a lot harder than you can their aluminum counterparts some days. I think a lot of people do prefer aluminum cases. I think there's definitely something to be said for that preference. That's, I guess, the standard for enthusiasts, you know. But honestly, yeah, I don't think it's that bad. Tempest mode, PE case foam, every mod possible. Just throw the kitchen sink at it. Yeah, I think I might. I think I'll save probably the PE foam for one of the last ones. See if I can make it sound good without that. Because as soon as I add PE foam in, it just, to my ear, it just sounds like more PE foam. Nothing against that. And I think a friend that didn't have a keyboard that sounded like that would really like it. Because that's what actually got my friend really liking his GMK Pro that I built for him. Was the fact that I ended up putting PE foam in it. He's just like, this sounds awesome. Squeeze as much juice as possible. Will do. I am planning on modding that one with whatever it needs and spending time remodding it if needed, so. At that point, I'll probably end up, I'll be committing to posting various videos of TM680, the same build, probably with the same keycaps, just being, you know, restuffed with different things in various sound tests till people get tired of it. The stabs, I actually got some plate mount stabs for it. I have actually worked up, so. Holy Mod dielectric grease. So the stabs that I got are Duroc plate mount, and I just basically used 205 grade 0 on the housings and XHT BDZ on the wires. Because I figure if I'm going to give it its best shot, the stabilizers are probably going to have to go. They might. I'll see. If I need to clean them off and like redo it, that's fine. Because I went to I have the habit of always trying to balance the wires out. And those took a while to balance, but I think it's better in the end to balance. I don't have to re-clean. I might not. Because the other thing that I thought about doing for this, since it's more of a budget build, was use, I recently picked up some Molykote 111. Put cotton in the top hole where the Holy Mod sticks at, small cotton in the second hole. Maybe. That might be an easy way to clean it. I'll have to keep that in mind. Again, that's if it really needs a Holy Mod. It's hard to say. Don't have to clean it? Okay. Alright, it must actually be cold upstairs. The heater's on yet again. Unless it's heating up the zones differently for some reason. Put the tip of the Holy Mod in the second hole, then put the cotton in it so it's stuck there and can't move anywhere. Hey, that's a pretty smart idea. Okay, I could see that. It's not your idea? Take credit for it. Genius. Oh, okay, it's your friend's. That's cool, man. He's so smart. Yeah. Well, because if you don't have to clean things, I mean, that's definitely easier to do. As long as it doesn't, like, stick out and get stuck, I mean, you know, all good. I mean, if I'm going to be using polyfill in a case anyways, I mean, you're going to have polyfill hairs sticking out regardless of what you try to do. I think people don't realize that if they've never used polyfill before. It's great material. It does help cases sound better that need it. But you're going to have like little bits of polyfill fiber sticking out from every angle regardless of what you try to do. Alright, last 6 stems for these. I'm going to try kill mat for Keychron Q1. Go for it. You're saving up? That's cool. Yeah, for me, I still have to remod my Q1. It's sitting right over there actually with basically stock. I basically put some tape on the housing and that was about it. So it didn't ping anymore. At least from the case it didn't ping. But I still want to put the bottom case foam back into it and then do a Tempest mod and see how that sounds, and if it needs polyfill, I'll add polyfill. So I do like the way that board feels and bounces, and I don't want to kill the bounce if at all possible, just because I think the typing experience is quite nice. Yeah, that's where I got some of the idea with polyfill and stuff like that. But for myself, I will always use... I guess I'll keep using my weird method of Tempest modding using, I guess, the incorrect tape, but it's a tape I like. Yeah, play with the idea, see how it goes. Definitely will. So I think case foam for that one will probably help out quite a bit with filling up some of the space, and then whatever else needs to get filled, you know, between Tempest mod and polyfill should definitely do it. Whatever I can do to help preserve that bounce, because I do like the way that board bounces, because whenever I type on my GMMK Pro, it just feels like a brick nowadays. Yeah, well, a little bit of flex or bounce. I mean, it's so much more comfortable to type on. Actually, this Keychron Q1 sounds way more muted, to me at least, than the GMK Pro, but it's probably also down to how I lubed and filmed the switches. But the GMK Pro, unless I want it to sound slightly dead or hollow, I think it will always be stiff feeling. I guess I could try taking out some of the foam, but I don't know. I don't have high hopes for that one. But I still think it's probably the entry-level board that most of my friends would enjoy, surprisingly. Silent Clocky. Yeah, I do think it has more options for modability. You can definitely make it sound more how you want. It definitely has versatility to it. Whereas the GMK Pro, I think everyone was just chasing after the Thaki, the T-word, so. I bet you could make it clacky if you really wanted to, though. Hard to say. Maybe that'll be something I'll try, because it's a hot swap and it's not that hard to do. Maybe I'll take all the foam out of it and try to remod that board to make it sound clacky. I'd have to take the PE foam out of it though, since I put the Swag Keys peel and stick tiles on it. I'll probably... does GMK even... Does Glorious even sell boards? I don't know. I might have to email the support department. Give me a second PCB. I want to do a video. All right. Almost done putting these stems of lube back on the springs. And then we'll button it up the top housings and listen to how they sound. Hopefully I'm doing a good job. I'm trying to be slow, be consistent with my application of lubricant. And these switches, from at least the ones I've sampled, they've all sounded fairly similar or vaguely similar. So okay, get the back. I'm still doing the bottoms. I don't know if that really matters. Still doing the pull of the stem. Not sure if that really matters. In some ways, I keep doing things partially out of habit, but at some other time I'll have to actually check and make sure that it even matters. Hey, you're back. Kucher26, how's it going? Welcome back. I am still here as predicted, being slow in my lubing and filming. Although I'm about to button up these second round of 18 that I'm doing. Oh. I'm not slow and thorough. I can be both. I can be slow and thorough. Are you gonna close switch? There you go. You're back. Welcome back. And here's what this sounds like. I'll talk to make sure the music goes down and is compressed slightly. I think these sound nice. They feel nice. Oh man, the switch film is everywhere already. Can we talk about getting your daughter a PC? I think the biggest impediment to that right now would be graphics card, and then thinking about what she would do with the computer. Because I mean, she already just sort of stole the television in the living room just to play whatever she wanted. Recently she's been watching videos of a hamster running around a maze or fighting imaginary things. I don't know, it's kind of adorable, but you know. I can get Radeon. My wife is a full Radeon supporter, AMD. I'm still with Team Intel, GeForce. I don't know. I don't really have a team anymore. I just, that's what I have right now. But yeah, my wife has all the MSI, AMD, and Radeon equipment in her computer. Pretty good for pre-built. Yeah, I think that'd be nice. I don't know. Because between myself and my wife, I mean, we have so many old leftover computer parts. We could probably string something together that would hold her over until she, like, wanted to play an actual game. But again, part of it comes down to I'm not really sure what she'd want to play. Not yet. Well, this housing's not on properly. Or it has... No, it actually just forced the switch film not to proceed properly. Annoying. Nah, she's a bit young for online classes. She's in pre-K now, so... She's learning how to deal with other kids that are not her sister. Yeah, watching kids learn is interesting. Yeah, she has a younger sister who's 1 year old coming up in a few days. How many childs I have? Just 2. I don't want any more, just 2. Every now and then my wife is along the lines of, oh, you should do, no, just 2. I like having some free time and sanity. I like having some expendable funds to do my own thing with keyboards, I guess, for the moment. Exhausted. I think the bigger concern for me is if I had more of the kids, I'm not sure how I divide my attention. Oh man, this isn't seated properly either. Build child 03, oh no. I don't know, for a while, like back when I was hardcore PC gaming, I guess my computer would be the closest thing to my child, but I don't know. Since I've gotten to keyboards, I've been just interested in keyboards, although damping the case with diapers. If that didn't actually collect moisture, that would work, because that material is nice and heavy. But the fact that it collects moisture, that'd be, you'd have to change the diaper for your keyboard. Oh man, that sounds so sus. My daughter, yeah. She'll, well, whenever I watch keyboard content, she'll sit on my lap and watch and talk about keyboards and babble about them, which is cute. And then her and keyboard, she likes to bang on it and have fun with it. I'll like do a mock typing in front of her and she'll just be like, oh. And then she'll be interested in it. She'll want me to plug it in because of the RGB, of course. I got her a Monstargears EXO keyboard. So it's a 60% stacked acrylic. Basically because it's RGB. I built her one. I think I used SP Star Magic Girl switches. So sort of clacky tactile, which is pretty interesting. Because I figure, you know, tactile for a first board, not the worst thing. Can always get her to team linear. I don't know, stacked acrylics are nice. It actually sounded really good. Like, you know, anyone that talks down about stacked acrylic obviously hasn't tried stacked acrylic. They sound good. Yeah, but then I built a second one. I use Aqua King switches. That was an interesting one. Basically because those Aqua Kings, I basically use them stock. This is a stream I just did off build, or the build I did off stream. I can't even talk right anymore. That was interesting. But those switches can basically be used stock as is. I bought them from Drop. They're easy enough to use. And then recently I got, I forget the name of the switch, one second. I need to pull up my spreadsheet because I don't remember. Why are my switches social distancing? Oh, so I don't mix up the housing, the bottom housing, the top housing, the bottom housing, and the stem. So if I have too many on my desk, I'll just forget which ones go where. I don't know if it matters, but... because of COVID. It's the protocol, you have to segregate them. That sounds worse. I shouldn't have said that. Anyways, let me pull up a spreadsheet behind the scenes real quick. Just because I forget what switches I got that I wanted to talk about. Okay, I have to scroll down a lot further than what I thought I would have to. Feels weird. Ice candy switches from Prevail Key Company. I bought some ice candy switches I wanted to try on a build sometime. That's what they were. It was gonna really bug me if I couldn't figure out what switches I wanted to talk about. I don't know what build I'll use those in, but I decided I should buy them ahead of time. Basket weave? Ooh. I did see the basket weave and I was very curious about that. I decided not to buy that one though. I don't know why. Flex cut gasket mount, all the trimmings. Yeah, that's one of those boards that I was looking at that seemed very interesting. Yeah, it was a through hole. I forget if it was Alice or Risu layout, but it had the full... You could buy it as just the bare bones kit with the top bottom plates similar to the SK Ergo or the Sagaha. Or you could buy it with the stacked acrylic case, PCB, and everything. And it would be like an actual finished product board rather than just 2 plates of FR4. Okay, I really do like how these sound. They have a little bit of that cherry scratch to them, not too much, and they're mostly smooth. I think that was the main reason why I didn't get it, is because I had, at that point I was kind of oversaturated with THT Alice boards. Ads, oh no. It is done. Excellent, welcome back. So a lot of open source boards in South Africa. Wouldn't have known. Interesting. Keyboard scene pretty big there? I don't. It just automatically does it. I don't have the brain power to think about ads. I just set it up to run ads however long it thinks it should run ads for. What's that? Oh. My bad. 150 people actively engaged in the community? It's a decent sized community. Oh. Anamushiki. First. Thank you, Anamushiki. It's an honor, sir. One second, let me get to the right screen. Oh, that's not the right screen. API error. What? Oh. I misspelled that. Let me try that again. Oops. Let me see if I can spell correctly this time. Yeah, there we go. I can spell. Oh god. How mortifying. Start typing out the name and use tab to complete. I'll have to do that. I'm too boomer, I don't know these things. Thank you guys. Thank you, Anamushiki, for subscribing. I'll have to pay you back by subscribing again to your channel with a different account. Yes, thank you very much. And then Brand Clicks. Thank you very much, my friend, for subscribing. All good, no need to? I feel like I need to, though. Oh, you got your third vaccine? Excellent. Yeah, my in-laws just got their third vaccine. I was very happy that they decided to get that proactively rather than having me bother them for months on end. I'm still waiting for, since I went the Moderna route, I'll have to wait and see how they decide to roll that out for my age group and area. Oh, that's good. Good that you're not feeling too many bad effects. I know my mother-in-law had a slight fever from it today, but other than that, she's doing all right. It's tolerable. Yeah, hopefully everyone's taking care of themselves out there with COVID still going on. Feels bad that we have to remind people to, you know, keep themselves protected, stay safe, and stay healthy, but always good to remind people to do that. How do I feel about my Gatoron switch opener? I really like it. It's definitely not necessary, but it's super easy for me. I used to have to press everything down in the switch opener, which is fine. It works, but just being able to put it in, then... I mean, I'm not going to say that, you know, the tweezers are the only thing that you need to open up switches, but in theory, kind of. But for quality of life, if you're doing any amount of lubing and filming, yeah, these do make things easier, at least for me. Originally, I thought I was going to break switches similar to like how you crack a walnut, but it's tolerance to stop before you do that, so you don't really have to worry about that. Yeah, why not? I do like mine. If I had a friend that was looking to build many keyboards, yeah, my advice would be to try them out, see if a friend has them. Your stem holder pops out every once in a while. Oh. Buy the green one. Yeah, so this is, the brand is Roma TR4000. This is a charcoal holder for drawing, actually. They're pretty useful. Charcoal or graphite. I forget which one it officially is, but it's basically an art supply that's been repurposed and does pretty well. Alright. Didn't think about social distancing my switches until you guys brought it up. Now I can't get that visually out of my head. Where did I buy mine? I think I originally bought it on Swag Keys a while back. I want to say it was Swag Keys. Honestly, there's tons of websites out there. I believe that should be selling them. So I don't think anywhere in particular would be you have to buy from there. Wherever shipping makes sense for you. Oh man, does this mean I have to figure out more badges? I didn't plan on having to figure out more badges for another few weeks. Oh well. Alright. Another set of 18, then I think we'll be good. Getting a little bit late. That's fine. I'll press on. I don't think I have anything I need to do tomorrow. I think I need to drop my kid off at school. My parents are actually in town visiting, so I'll have to say hi to them, but I don't think I have anything I have to do work-wise tomorrow, so yay, early weekend for me. It's afternoon here. It's, what, 2:55 in the morning where I'm at? This is like my only free time as a dad. I like being a dad, don't get me wrong. It's just, you know, free time is at a premium, let's just put it that way. Yeah, it's a full 12-hour difference. Oh well. I think it's worth it. All good. Alright, put these back. $8:55 a.m. for you. Oh. Yeah, I don't think... I'd be surprised if I actually had any East Coast people watching. This is usually like, I guess, weird West Coast time. If anyone's like awake at this point, like midnight West Coast. I don't know. I really didn't plan when I was going to stream. I just sort of stream whenever I feel like I have time and energy to do so. I'll have to do so more often though, because I do like stuff and I am behind in building things, so... Cool boy sleep plate. I don't know. I've always been a person that has never needed that much sleep, I feel like. My natural inclination is either sleep less than 6 hours or like 9 hours. That probably has to do with the length of my sleep cycles. But that being said, I couldn't pull like what Mr. Nomashiki did with his Enothon. I couldn't pull a 24-hour anymore, I don't think. I'd fall asleep at like the 18-hour mark. So I guess that's the downside of having less sleep, is I do need to regularly sleep. I don't know. Ooh, this trumpet sounds pretty good though. I'm someone who is very capable of surviving only on power naps. I don't know, for a while, like military stuff, I was always drinking coffee, pounding energy drinks, and just like, I guess, abusing myself in some ways. Nowadays, I'm mostly just coffee and tea, so. Glad to have in your back pocket? Yeah. Ruin your sleep schedule? That's no good. Army? Yeah, I was Army. Did the Army life for a few years. Liked it a lot. Decided to get out at 8 years and, you know, enjoyed it. Wanted to start a family, wanted to have a career besides Army stuff, so that was the main reason to get out. But really liked the time in, learning people, that sort of stuff. That was a good time. Now, all my friends at this point are either out or they're making major now because it takes forever to get promoted. So pretty much all the classmates, except for 2, are still captains. Best get out before your body is destroyed. Yeah, no, I was an officer. I don't mind answering that. For me, it wasn't so much body getting destroyed, it was losing sleep and time behind the wheel, going to and from places and drills and stuff, and just not having time. Oh, Scott's Guard officer. Nice. Yeah, I think if you ask anyone from that time period, usually have someone that's was involved in World War II. Or if they weren't, they were young enough to remember it and give a pretty strong impression about the, I guess, the military age men around them as far as what happened to them in their life. It's always interesting to talk to those old timers and sort of get their opinion on things. Definitely tempers you from wanting to jump into any conflict or war, so. Lots of action in North Africa? Wow. Yeah, North Africa campaigns, well, I think anything in Africa, as far as wars, is probably not a favored thing for anyone. Japanese invaded Malaysia when she was very young. That sounds like a bad time. Japan was pretty brutal with pretty much everybody. History does not look kindly upon them, and, well, I guess that's part of the reason why their constitution still bars them from having, you know, an offensive capable army. History, but it does shape our current events in the world. My granddad actually wanted to go to art school in France, but Dad was like, "Oh no, you're gonna catch syphilis and die in a ditch." That would sound like that would go like that. Wrote a letter to the Royal Marine Academy, had him off to offshore school. Wow. Well, it definitely probably colored the rest of his life as far as what he was like and what he did. Especially if he was in Africa, you know, as a general serving in some of those campaigns. I think everyone always remembers Rommel the Desert Fox and what part the Americans really had with the British as well. Granddad was aide-de-camp of the Governor General of New Zealand for a bit. I actually got paint a lot in that. Oh, that's nice. It's good that he finally got to do his passion. I think even after you do stuff like that, you know, if you had a hobby like that, you still have passion for it, which is good. Yeah, I think the closest I really had for that, since neither of my parents were in the military, was charged early because I got lead poisoning from his paints. Oh no. Man, lead poisoning is no joke. See, building keyboards instead of being a doctor. I think that's what your parents would definitely want to say. But to each their own. Not everyone can be a doctor. If everyone was a doctor, I mean, it would be a boring world of just people spouting random medical nonsense at each other. Well, I'm sure it's not nonsense, but, you know, if everyone was a doctor, the world would be a much more boring place. Let's just put it that way. But yeah, back to military stuff. I think the only experience I had was with my uncle before I actually went in the Army. He'd never really talked about it, but he was a captain in the Marine Corps in Vietnam. And he shared with me some thoughts before I went in the military. That was pretty interesting because he, of course, being a Vietnam veteran from America, never really talked about it. So the parents let you do whatever you wanted to do. That's cool. Bought a house in South Africa. The doctor said the risk of pneumonia. Live somewhere warm. Pretty popular. Live in the town known as Major's grandson. Interesting. That's an interesting way to wind up in South Africa. So I think most people now, if they end up in South Africa, was more or less because of mining and things like that. How was Army life? I liked it. It was pretty structured. Since I was on the officer side, it was a little bit easier for me than other people. But even then, you know, it was interesting. It's definitely a place where you get to see pretty much everybody from all different backgrounds, and you really have to have an appreciation and some sort of knowledge in being able to communicate with all sorts of people. You'll have people with, you know, high school education. You'll have people with, you know, advanced post-secondary degrees from college. And then you'll have people that are super motivated, and you'll have the gamut of people that are less motivated, that you have to find some way to motivate. In the end, it sounds cliche, but it's like the biggest team sport ever as far as figuring out how to motivate people, coordinate them, have them all face the right direction, and in the end accomplish something. How's the food? So it got better over time, right? So originally, when I got in, it was, if you're lucky, you get a hot A, but, you know, the hot meals were kind of garbage, if I'm being perfectly honest. Then after that, the meals in the field, the meals ready to eat packages that they give you, had improved drastically from when I started. They used to have things like the cheese omelet. I think they've actually phased that out just because it's terrible and everyone hated it. But then after that, they started actually getting better with the food science and better food overall in their bagged lunches, so to speak. South African military food hasn't changed in 50 years. Oof. That probably feels bad. Imagine, some of it might actually be the food from 50 years ago. It's not the worst, not the best either. You know, one group that always had my, they had my envy whenever it was their lunchtime, those Australians, because their vehicles, they legit have a beer fridge if they're powered, and part of their ration is also beer. I was amazed by that. We became friends with Australians whenever we met them pretty quickly. And since they pretty much love Americans, or so as a stereotype, it was always a good time. Me too. Hopefully we don't have any more wars in the future. They're just kind of wasteful. I really liked my profession in the military, but it was one of those things that if we can do without shooting people and killing each other as human beings, that would be excellent. Commonwealth militaries are generally allowed to drink. Yeah. Those guys had a great time on post whenever we saw them. Even the Canadians had more fun than us. We went up to CFB Petawawa for some training one time. This is up in the northern reaches of Canada. And those guys were interesting. Had a lot of fun with them up there. At one point, we were crossing the bridge in our vehicles, and everyone was joking we're invading Canada. But yeah. Some people really, really are fed into that mindset. Not to say you have to deprogram some people from basic training, but some people are definitely a little bit high-strung to choose violence as the only option. Because in some ways, I do have to say and admit, I'll be one of the first people to do so, my job as a soldier was to kill the enemy. But as the United States especially moved into more of an occupation force than a conquering force, the shift of the mission really colored my perception differently. So by the end of it, for example, last time Pope Francis visited the United States, we were part of a detail looking after things. And part of the reason why my unit was selected was because they had experience going overseas and doing that sort of role of, you know, presence patrols, interfacing with people, so on and so forth. That it sort of made sense in a way. So that was interesting. That was a weird experience too. All right. Films. I'll have to make a note to buy more foam films. Quite glad you were born after conscription. Yeah, I don't think anyone wants to be conscripted. I think the biggest effect that I've seen from people that are still conscripted are probably, I still loosely keep up with the Korean esports scene as far as StarCraft 2. So seeing like, I think some of the old players for StarCraft 2 recently had come out of their stints in the armed forces. So South Africa's conscription was brutal during apartheid. Yeah, I could imagine. Would be something I want no part of. But conscription, you're not really given an option, so I just put this film on backwards. Conflict in Angola and Namibia was messy. I think all the conflicts in the African continent have been not great, especially with human rights violations and everything else going on. I'm not the most knowledgeable about everything, but I know some of the information we had to look at based off of potential deployments and things like that. I don't know. Then again, I have a very American and Eurocentric sort of view on things, so I'm definitely not the most educated to talk about any of this stuff. What's switches? Next, go to the springs and the switches. From what I understand, a lot of lessons were learned from that conflict, mostly MRAPs of South African design. Yeah, MRAPs. The Marines already had the lab vehicles, but the Strikers were also developed based off of mine resistance from the lab hull as well. That was another innovation that they pulled. Later military vehicles that we're now sort of seeing in the prototyping phase were also sort of both based off of experience from MRAP and other vehicles that were sort of spurred on by that, which is interesting to see now. And a lot of the IED defeat stuff, especially radio jamming frequencies and things like that, were also lessons learned from some of those conflicts as well. These long springs are kind of hard to untangle. Yeah, MRAPs are weird vehicles too. Their center of gravity is so high. People used to complain about the vehicle that my unit had, which is a variant of the lab, the Strikers. And yeah. I don't know. Driving around the States in some of those vehicles, they make a turn, and I keep thinking, is this a rollover drill? Yeah. I guess one of the most interesting features has to do with the seat design, because they have like the explosive bolts in the seat. So if it goes over a certain degree angle-wise, the bolts actually will cut themselves, so you don't have people getting trapped in the cupola and getting split in half as it rolls over. That was like one of the big hazards that they had to engineer a way out of early on. Ooh, elbows popping. All right. Oh yeah, to get back on the topic of keyboards for a moment, I think going forward I'm going to be filling, instead of using 205 grade 2 or 205 grade 0 in a syringe, like my old syringe here, full of 205 grade 2, I actually filled one with XHT BDZ, and I'll be trying this out. So maybe that will keep things from ticking, I don't know. That being said, I really, after balancing wires and lubing everything, unless it starts getting runny, I really haven't had things, tick too badly. Oh, good luck with it. Yeah, I've been using it on pretty much everything. Okay. Have a good breakfast. Yeah, I've been using XHT BDZ on pretty much all the stabs, at least the wires. I haven't tried to shoot it into a stabilizer housing yet, but that's the next step I'm looking at trying out. After watching, Wildcats do it, I decided I'll try it as well. I don't know if it's just the Wildcats or if it's a whole Korean scene trying stuff like that, but yeah. It makes sense to put something thicker in that will also stay. Although at some point I do want to try out, because I think I mentioned it once before, I got some Molykote 111 that I wanted to try out as a particular stabilizer wire stabilizer. I don't know what to call it. Because a while back, Kerbal Keys stopped by and dropped that bit of knowledge, and I've always wanted to try it. So now that I have some in-house, I guess I'll have to try it with some random thing. I don't really know what I want to try it on yet. This sounds so much like elevator music. All right. Alright, let me pull up some other the keyboards I have planned. You're back. Welcome back. Want to become famous? No, not really. I'm good. I suppose some people probably really do want to become famous, but I don't think clicking that link will help. I mean, I figure they make these things up, you know, and still have bots, I guess, do this just because some people click on it. I don't really know. Anyways, originally for the Kei R2, instead of hyperfuse on it, I was planning on doing EBPT, I guess, gray Japanese. But since this board has come sooner than expected, one, I am trying to be a maniac and lube all these switches tonight that I'm going to need for it, and two, have considered just using hyperfuse origins because it has purple, and I got a purple, so I don't know. Or I could end up using another EBPT gray on white. I don't really know. Thought gray on white might be a little too boring. That's why I thought of hyperfuse. I don't really know though. I'll probably break it out after the soldering, maybe tomorrow, hopefully tomorrow. Guess we'll see how I'm doing after staying up. But yeah, wanted to think about that one as far as what I wanted to do. And then the frog, whenever that arrives, and I have a PCB for it, I do want to use GMK Dracula on that one because I think that would look pretty good on the black. It would be sort of like an old-fashioned terminal screen with black and then the muted gray keycaps. I think that could actually look pretty good. And the Vast 60 round 2 board. So I got that in the weird colors of, well, red bottom, white top. I just thought put whatever on that. Not say call it a loss, but just because I don't know what would match it. I do have a set of EBPT Photoshop, and that might just be the weirdness that will bring the board together, or I'll probably have to get back to just a more standard looking set because it's such a crazy looking board combination. And then the TM680, just to keep that in theme for a budget build. I am planning on building that out with KS9 yellow switches. And I did get a set of 909 off of Amazon. 9009 off of Amazon. That's PBT. And I'll probably comment on how jank it is. But just to see what I can build something for in the cheapest way possible for friends looking to get in the hobby, as far as having an example board for them. Was pretty much my goal with that one. Because I have used like what's it called? Artifact Bloom. That's a set from Drop. And those feel okay, but they're really, really like slippery smooth. So I'm wondering what this Amazon set will be like. But those are boards that, in theory, I have in-house or coming soon that I wanted to plan out ahead of time. Otherwise, I'll just be racked by decision paralysis when it came to what I should actually do with some of the things. And then looking forward, let me refilter this sheet. Create new filter. let's go do in, clear all. Quarter 4, 2021. Quarter 1, 2022. So I have a bunch of stuff that in theory should be coming in quarter 1. And some stuff that should be coming in quarter 4. I guess I actually have to put in the effort and update if I have like expected times in my spreadsheet. But more or less it's just some way for me to keep track of what it is that I got. So in theory, the KBD fans Odin should come before the end of this year. Thera 75 should come in theory before the end of this year. Portal might come before the end of this year. Block 67 from Ing Studios. Apparently that's supposed to come before the end of this year. I haven't heard much from that Discord. And Alexa 65 from Maker. I think they were on track to maybe hit that mark too. So I have a bunch of things coming up before the end of the year. They'll probably all come at the end of the year itself, and I'll have to scramble to get them all done. All the more reason to kick myself into gear and finish up the 3 that I have sitting in house, including this one, and the one that in theory should be shipped from Korea soon. Lubing Gap Browns right now. Pile of stems look like cockroaches. Ew. Every so often, because I usually work and stay a little bit after hours at work, you walk into the bathroom before I have to leave, and on the floor I'll have to turn on the lights, and there'll be a big cockroach just sort of staring at me. I'm like, all right, you own that space, I'll go the other way. It's all good. I'm not going to bother you. Please don't run at me. I don't know what it is about cockroaches, but they'll run after shadows. I don't know if they're suicidal or if they're just trying to hide, but yeah. I blame all the people that leave, trash in their drawers and food in the break room. Feels bad. So looking at other things that should come in. Mild poop as he runs after you. If I'm mid poop when he runs after me, like, nope. Yeah, more pleasant thoughts. Wildcat desk mats. Apparently those, I think, are finishing up on... I got those on Monstargears, or I ordered them on Monstargears, I should say. Those should come sometime before too long. We'll be looking forward to getting those for quite a bit. Originally, my daughter used to see the stop motion animation and just love watching that, and she used to have me repeat the stop motion parts. And she still looks at the desk mat and identifies it as a cat every single time she sees it. Yeah, nope, I'm not biased. You see a cockroach in the middle of poop, yeah. Time to get up and pack on. Move your life somewhere else. The cockroach can have whatever's in there. I don't care. Why are you sticking to the brush? Okay. I also ordered an Infinity Doggo desk mat. I forget which one that is. I'll have to be pleasantly surprised. Then I have a Lunar Landing 2 desk mat in dark and one in ethereal, a ramen shop, sake and konyaku from Monstargears. I forget what those ones were. Oh, Modern Ink Fading. As long as those actually made their group by marks. Cujo, hello, welcome back. How was breakfast? Yeah, those 2 desk mats from the Modern Ink, the Fading and the Modern. Those caught my eye when they were in group buy, and I decided to buy those. Oh, another small thing that I forgot about I'm going to get for my wife is the Stacked Overflow macro pad. Sort of on the joke, since she's an IT person for her day job, to get her a Stacked Overflow macro pad because she's probably on Stacked Overflow quite a bit and probably also copies and pastes. So bacon, eggs, hot sausage, always good. That sounds like an epic breakfast. I don't know how most Americans do it where they have cereal, like literal candy for breakfast, but I couldn't do that. Yeah, I'm gonna probably have to get some. I have some box Jade and box Navies. I'll probably just end up using those because I bought a few of those when she was sampling switches early on. But yeah, there's that. Cereal scares me. I don't know. Like, there's some cereals that I could understand, but some of them, it looks like diabetes in a box. If you ever read the nutritional or the lack of nutrition on the boxes, you're just like, how is this sold? And why is this not controlled? Anyways, it's an astounding amount of sugar in most breakfast cereals, especially the American ones. I never quite understood it. Pro Nutro, that's good stuff. Never heard of it. Is that something specific to South Africa? I'm only getting one set of keycaps in. Interesting. Very ZA. I just realized I'm only getting one set of keycaps, and that's EBBT less but better. Interesting. I forgot I had ordered those. I don't know what board that's going to go on. Maybe I'll put that on... Ooh. If it comes in time, maybe I'll put that on the Odin. That might be a good set for Odin. Huh. I'll have to write that down before I forget at the end of the night. So I really should start planning out the keycaps for these builds, or else I'll just be indecisive until I actually have to build them, at which point I'll be feeling pressured to buy one of 2 of the GOAT sets that I always go back to, and that's white on black and black on white. But if I have things in mind, I'm less likely to go back to that, because I don't need to buy any more white on black or black on white sets. Oh, I am getting some switches. Purple potato switches. I think those were supposed to be tactile. I probably will not end up using those unless it's in someone else's build. Oh, I did pre-order, I should say, more SP Star White Meteor switches. I did recently buy some Sacramentos that need to be sent out to me, but yeah. I did want to get my hands on some Meteor Whites to make some more clacktastic builds. I don't know. I've been leaning towards more clacky sounding things for a while now. I do like some of the deeper sounds, but for whatever reason, I guess it's because gasket mount, it's super easy. Pranucha is basically grain porridge that's fortified with extra protein. Oh, okay. I could understand that. As long as it's not just pure American sugar like Lucky Charms, which literally has like frosted things plus marshmallows in it. First time I looked at that, I'm like, you're literally having candy, you're pouring milk on it, you're adding more sugar to it somehow. What is this? Well, why are they calling it breakfast? Original flavor has no added sugar. Okay. Like, my wife thinks I'm crazy because I'll have a piece of, like, bread and I'll be like, yeah, this tastes slightly sweet to me. And she's just like, what are you talking about? You know, I don't know. Maybe it... Uh-oh. I hear one of my kids crying upstairs. I might have to just pull the plug on this stream. American bread is sweet? Yeah, I think so too. So is most Asian bakery breads too. Unfortunate but true. What am I talking about? I don't even know anymore. It's too early for me to know. If I get a text message or a call from my wife, I'll have to probably excuse myself for the rest of the night, jump off, and probably put someone on the potty. That's usually what happens if they wake up. Alright. Thanks for joining me for this boring stream of lubing and filming switches, dude. Yeah, you too. You have a good day. Definitely have a good day after sticking with us. Oh, great to chat with you too. If I didn't have people to chat with, this would be way more painful. As the heater goes on again to cut me off and make noise in my background. Bye-bye. What other switches? That's pretty much it for December. I guess other group buys that I was looking forward to. One in particular was... Yeah, I guess the Sega Ocelot, the little macro pad. I think that's coming up in December, or is it later in November? I can't remember. I'll have to check the Discord again. Man. That rhymes? Didn't even try it. It's probably because I've been reading Dr. Seuss non-stop to my 4-year-old. This past 2 weeks, she has me reading Green Eggs and Ham constantly. November, remember December? It does. I don't know. I get the feeling in the next few months I'll probably end up buying more extra boards actually. Because one board that I was not a part of the group buy for was the Maker Scarlet TKL, and that has sort of piqued my interest, and I think they're going to be shipping out by the end of the year, so they might have extras up. So I might actually try to buy one of those just to have a more affordable TKL that I can bring to me to places or send out to a friend so they can test drive. I think that was supposed to be hot swap only, so I'll have to see. Ooh. If the schedule holds true, sometime Q1 of next year, I might have 2 cues from the Paper Sky Studio group buy, which would be interesting. I'd actually be very interested in, I guess, pitting older keyboards, even though it's not original Quantric Q, against, you know, some of the newer stuff they have out, and see if it's held up over time. This is something I'm actually curious about. That's part of the reason why I bought more than one. And then other keyboards that I was looking at, the Freebird 60. I'm actually really excited to get that sometime Q1 next year, because I think that could be probably the most accessible board to get some of my friends that are not in the keyboard hobby at least something decent for a decent price. I guess it's all contingent on them not minding a 60% layout. So I guess my mileage will vary depending on if they like the layout or not. I think that's probably going to be the biggest issue for a lot of my friends. They go from their full-size battle station keyboards, tiny mouse pads, and other internet boomer tropes, I guess. Oh, and then the Monoke Kaban cases should be coming sometime in Q1 next year too. I forgot that group buy was taking so long. And then I did order a group buy for Gateron FC switches. I'd be interested in trying those out. I don't know what board I put those in yet. They were not the most expensive, but not the cheapest Gateron switches I ever saw either, so I don't really know what to classify them or what to theme them with. Small Chungus, thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. Hopefully you're enjoying the stream, my friend. Hello, hello. What other things am I getting in? 2 different EBBT keycap sets. The 3. Dreamscape, Acid House, Sweet Girl. Just woke up, 8 a.m. Nice. Yeah, for me it's almost 4 o'clock in the morning here. I need to complete this lubing and filming session and try to get some sleep. Early gang? I don't know, there's like all sorts of people. Yeah, only free time I have to do keyboard stuff late at night. Netherlands, nice. Guess this is a Europe-friendly stream now. I made it to that point. Feels bad for me. Feels good for you. Good morning, though. How are you? Yeah, so 3 key sets from EBT coming Q1 2021 for me. Dreamscape, Acid House, Sweet Girl, and Origami. I've forgotten I'd ordered some of this stuff. Guess I'm not really... That's not a bad list. I don't know what I put any of it on yet. When I buy things, I usually have a particular idea in mind, But I've been in the terrible habit of not writing down what I bought thinking that should go on, so usually I'm at a loss with just key sets in drawers, trying to think of what I want to use them for. I'll use them for something eventually, but my memory isn't what it used to be. Probably because I'm up so late or early. But I am going to get Space 80 Apollo Q1 2021 sometime. And I did want to pair that with GMK Hennessy. I already had that selected because I got that in the Stormtrooper white finish. Yeah, honestly, I thought for a while for getting group buys would be a good thing until I just had no clue what was coming in anymore. So I had to make myself a spreadsheet. And that's sort of what I'm reviewing now to try to get my brain in the game as far as figuring out what I want to use where and when. But it's not the end of the world. I mean, I have it's too much of a first world problem to even call it a problem. It's just an error in my cognition. Or a pleasant surprise. I guess you could say it's a pleasant surprise. And until you have way too many boxes show up in a week, and then your wife starts questioning you as to why you have all these boxes showing up in a week. Comes a little bit tense then. But we persevere. Oh, that's right. I ordered the hidden desk mat from Bolsa Supply. After seeing that on Tea's desk, I decided that I wanted to buy that desk mat because it did look pretty sick. Then I have 2 different desk mats from Keeps for All and Violet Cloud, so that's 3 desk mats. I think those desk mats are actually in stock items, but I bought them with a group buy, so I didn't have too many desk mats all at once. I guess pro tip for any dads out there that want to not have too many things come in all at once, you can put things in with group buys as long as the sites don't cancel your orders, so you don't have things come in all at once. You can have things spread out strategically over time to receive things. I don't know. I feel like I'm just going crazy at this point in the night. And the Course 60. Oh, the Course 60. That's another thing that's coming out. Recently, I guess the Discord server for the Course 60 from Keeps for All has been a buzz with people asking if they're going to actually fix the bottoming out issues that were happening with the original Flexi plate. And apparently they have, so that should be fixed. But some people are very pushy about getting sound tests and new review units out. But, you know, I don't know. Yeah, I think that's in group buy right now. I think it's going to end sometime soon, so I don't know. I am interested in that because it's a cheaper Alice board at, I think, $210 US. So I'm actually very interested in a lot of the Keeps for All stuff because I could see myself actually taking that to an office, traveling around with it, and having a better keyboard than, you know, whatever's provided to me wherever I travel. Not that I plan on traveling too much more in this whole COVID worldscape, but if I had to, at least then I'd have a better keyboard to use whenever I got wherever I was going. Because the last thing I want to do is go back to using the standard laptop chiclet keys, you know? Well, it's true. I mean, that was the main reason that really pushed me into the hobby. I mean, you know, work gave me this horrible thin membrane low profile keyboard with these little chiclet switches on it that just felt terrible. I'm just like, I can't deal with this. And that's when I built my first custom keyboard. And then I've just descended down the rabbit hole at breakneck speed because I didn't want to buy more audio equipment. Hindsight, I probably would have saved money by just sticking into the audio realm, but you know, it's fine. Low profile clickies? Okay. That's what my wife daily drives. I built her a stacked, a single piece acrylic plate with integrated plate, and just a flat bottom piece. And it's low profile. She selected the most clicky, annoying switches possible, and she likes it. She brought hers into the office just because it's loud and annoying, actually. She wanted revenge for people for making her come back into the office. So I built up a keyboard with Shube's trademarked blue bomb switches, and she loves it. She unironically loves it. But I still get comments on that video about, you know, after hearing that sound test, people feel like, you know, they're fine with whatever rattly keyboard and stabilizers, that they don't have to desolder things. And I'm like, I'm doing you guys a service. Just listen to this and your keyboard sounds 10 times better. You'll be completely satisfied with whatever keyboard you have built. It can't be as bad as this. But she unironically loves that keyboard. And yeah, I have to say it's interesting typing on it because it's loud enough that it's almost jarring. But if you're like mentally prepared, like, you know, it's actually kind of it's almost a satisfying typing experience. I'll put it that way. Me personally, if I build a clicky keyboard again, I would probably have box Jades or box Navies. Because I do like how a crisp click bar feels. But I could see why people would choose that. Another interesting contender for clicky switches, if you're really into that, would be a Temu Phoenix switches. That click mechanism in the Temu Phoenix, instead of being a click jacket on the outside, it's like a click pull on the inside. Was very interesting, actually. It had an interesting feel to it. It felt quite snappy. Box Weiss, nice to type on. Yeah. I think if you're going to go clicky switches, box switches are probably the way to go. Kale Chocolate Robin, a very similar sound to Jades. Interesting. Yeah, that being said, unless one of my friends demands clicky switches, or if my wife ever wants another super clicky switch build again, I mean, me personally, I mean, I used clicky switches from my first actual mechanical keyboard onwards, which was a Razer product, however many years ago that was when I bought Razer products. And back then, I think you'd only had one option. That would really just be, you know, cherry clicky. Feels weird. Low profile. Yeah. I don't know. Linear low profile is a weird thing. I don't think I could do it. But to each their own, you know. Switch films are moving on me. Got it. Can't get rid of the scratchiness. Yeah. I mean, you definitely hear everything that goes on. Alright, head out. have a good day, Brainclicks. Thanks for stopping by again, man. Nice to have you, and thank you for subscribing. I guess I should put a PSA out there. No need to subscribe. I guess if you really hate ads that much, go ahead, but yeah. I'm just an old guy in his basement. Trying to struggle putting on films so they don't go all wonky. It's a basement. Yeah, I try to get the lighting just right because between that potato camera and that potato camera, I need to have lighting that works. At some point I should probably upgrade that stuff. Cameras, but kind of want to spend money on keyboards. Want to be selfish a little bit. Switch film. What are you doing to me, man? Stay down. Oh, that pinched in. That's no good. Stream on your iPad camera? iPad cameras aren't that bad though. This GoPro, depending on the day and the conditions, it can struggle with a lot of things. Like the legends on my keyboard probably look fuzzy regardless of what you try to do, unless you squint really, really hard. Feels weird. But I do try to make the sound okay. So if the sound sounds really bad, let me know. Because that's something I know I couldn't live with if I was watching a stream, is terrible sound. All right. I'm almost done because it is so late. I'll probably have to research who to send everyone to when I am complete. But after I'm done with this, I should have enough switches for a Kei R2 build. Probably tomorrow night, as long as I don't fall asleep before I actually stream. Since I'm up so late tonight, I mean, anything's possible. But my usual stream time, if I am streaming, is sporadic, and it'll probably be like midnight Eastern. And I will be putting these pretty nice feeling and sounding vintage cherry switches in there. Guess I'll have to figure out stabs on stream. I'll probably at least straighten out the wire so I don't have to do that on stream, because that could take way too long. But other than that, I'll probably do the rest on stream, including soldering, which is always fun. Man, I really do like these switches. Do I need to buy more of them? I don't need to buy more of them, do I? Feels expensive, man. Yeah. So for these, in theory, I have enough to build, what, 5 TKLs. But I'm building this one 60%, and then I'll just have some extras after building 4 TKLs. Seems like a lot of TKLs, but I like TKLs. Coming in the next few days, I should get some packages for organizing my switches too. I got some more, I guess, small plastic totes from Omni-Types to get rid of some of the horrible potato trays from GMK. And then after that, oh, that film is janked. Oops. Then I did get some more containers from Kinetic Labs too for switches. To better organize some loose switches, put them in bags, throw them in the container. Because I generally buy 110 switches at a time when I can, and that means there's always just some percentage extra. Okay. I love leftover switches too until I'm like, I want to match them or put them in something. And then I go to buy more switches and I'm just like, it's out of stock. Sag. But sometimes like I just don't know what to do with them. And I guess marking them, storing them in containers is the best I can do. "3D printing some cube switch fidget for friends with them in." Huh. I never thought about that. Do they have designs for that online? Is that something open sourced? So I have some friends with some 3D printers. They could probably make me some housing so I could have people test them. Few models out there. Cool. Thanks for that. I'll definitely have to be on the lookout for something like that. Alright, let me put these in the sleeves so they stay nice and together. I'm just doing a quick double check on pins because these were desoldered from new old stock boards, and also looking at the films. Easier to try to drag them in the hobby when they're trying to find the nice switch. Yeah. I don't know, because for a lot of my friends, like, they immediately say, "Oh, well, I have Cherry MX Browns. I just want Cherry MX Browns right now." I'm like, you know, there's better things, and there's other options other than Browns. And I usually have to ask them, you know, what do they feel like in switches and so on and so forth. So, well, people that are in a keyboard hobby, they tend to gravitate towards what they've used in the past, which for a lot of people has been Cherry MX Browns. I think at some level, if you get well-worn, lubed and filled Browns, they can be pretty close to endgame. But it's one of those things that stock Cherry MX Browns, like I don't think I could recommend to people. You'd either have to break them in, or you'd have to, you know, actually do the proper switch modification to them to make them feel and sound as good as they really should for enthusiast switches, you know? more of a tactile person. So for myself, I started in tactile gang. I've since moved to linear gang, but I jumped on the Holy Panda craze, and I really liked Holy Pandas. I sort of fell out of the tactile gang after, well, linear switches and playing around with actually SP star Polaris gray switches that are in the Sengio 60. They really got me thinking again about whether I wanted tactile or if I really wanted linear switches. And after building a few more boards, I'm more in camp linear, but at the same time, I can appreciate a good tactile. I think it was that plus experience with creaking and a little bit of leaf ping in the housings of Boba U4Ts. Yeah, if you like SP Star switches, do consider trying out the SP Star Magic Girl if you can get those. I know it's sold by TKC and they're not the most favorite brand of anyone, but I use them in one of my daughter's keyboards and they're really, really nice tactile switches. Even as someone that likes other switches, I do like them. Alright, let me find someone to raid for the end of the night so I can get to bed. One second here.
I need beds.
Channel. Actually, I don't even know if Mr. Endomashiki's still awake. But if he is, if Mr. Frank, if you have any recommendations, good sir, if you're still alive. I don't know who I would like to read at this point in the evening. Is there anyone doing keyboard stuff? There is. Alright, let's do it. Why not? Oh, I just took away my screen. Alright, I guess this is going to be it for me. Thanks for sticking with me, guys. Enjoyed the stream. Hopefully give me a follow. I'll be doing this whenever I can. Hopefully everyone has a good night or a good day, depending on where you are in the world. And thanks for sticking with me. I guess we'll enjoy HTT Cynthia's stream. Alright, sending you guys over there. Have a good night. Thanks again, everybody.